Good morning and welcome to our legislative pre-session. I'm Deb Wake, President of the League of Women Voters of Virginia, and we are thrilled to be able to host another legislative pre-session. Thank you all for joining us. And it is our honor to have you all here with us and our distinguished guests. I will not, because this will be moving so quickly, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on introductions. On the agenda, there is a link for all of the organizations, so please do go there and check out to learn more about the organizations today and our speakers. So with that, we will start with the Commissioner of Elections, Susan Beals. Welcome.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Yes, thumbs up. Okay. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Susan Beals. I'm the Commissioner for the Virginia Department of Elections. And I really appreciate all of you being here because I know how important your time is. I have a great amount of respect for the League of Women Voters and the work that you do to ensure that every person has the information that they need to participate in our electoral process. As you know, I've been the Commissioner for just about 10 months. But my interest in Virginia's elections didn't start this past March when I was appointed. I am a native Virginian, and I recall going to vote with my mother as a child when there was a curtain and a lever that you pulled. I remember those experiences and her taking me to vote. As you know, from 2019 to 2022, I served on the electoral board for Chesterfield County, both as chairman for 2 years and for secretary as a year. So I have been fortunate enough to have seen elections from almost every side as a voter, as an electoral board member, and now as commissioner. Since taking on this role, we have had a primary and a general election in 2022, and I'm pleased to say that both of those have been successful. Just this Monday, we officially certified the results of the November election at our board meeting. It is a little bit of a longer time frame now that we have added in that risk limiting audit between local certification and state certification. And so the 10-day recount period is still ongoing. So this election is not quite over for us. We're waiting till December 15th when the period ends that someone may request a recount. As I said, it's been an extremely busy 10 months. I'm incredibly proud of the work that our team has done. Since taking office, we have responded to the General Assembly's redistricting requirements. We have finalized and identified our replacement for our voter registration system. We have implemented the new laws that were passed, the legislative requirements, and we've made some progress in updating our website to better represent the Commonwealth of today, among some other things. As you know, in 2020, Virginia amended its constitution to establish the Virginia Redistricting Commission. And that commission's purpose was to develop new maps for Virginia's state legislative districts and the U.S. House of Representatives districts based on information from the 2020 census. And skip ahead to December 2021, and that is when the special masters appointed by the Supreme Court drew the new maps and the court signed off on it. And that was when our work really began at the Department of Elections. It was our responsibility to transition Virginia citizens to their new district. So our team worked around the clock to make sure that every citizen was placed in the correct district. We then sent out mailers to notify everybody of their new districts and polling locations. And while many people were not affected by redistricting, we had to make sure that everyone had the same opportunity and the same information that they needed to be able to vote. We also have been in the process of replacing VARIS since I arrived, otherwise known as the Virginia Election and Registration Information System. VARIS is currently 15 years old. It went live in 2007. And for those of you like me who the years just go by so quickly, it's hard to keep up. If you think back to what we were doing in 2007, that was before iPhones. We were mostly working with Blackberries at that point, and a lot of people had Game Boys. That was sort of the technology of the day. So we are working with a system that is very outdated. And so we are excited to improve our technology and our security and workflows with a new system. I'm pleased to say that we have decided on a new vendor after close consultation and sign off from both VITA and the Attorney General's office. And our new system is going to be able to include some new features, including expanded candidate management tools, enhanced features for absentee voting, streamlined voter registration, and improved election night reporting, ballot proofing, ranked choice voting, and election security features. We have been working rigorously here at the department to get this new system up and running. In fact, we went ahead and had our kickoff meeting with the vendor the week after the election. That's how serious we are about getting this train on the track and moving ahead. So we're now in this 3-month planning period, and then we will begin the development and implementation periods. And our goal is to go live with this new system in February of 2025. This year, we also implemented a number of new laws, including absentee by precinct reporting and same-day registration. As you know, absentee by precinct reporting gave our voters and elected officials and campaigns a much deeper look into who is choosing to vote early and absentee. And I think that helps just provide more information and improve voter confidence in where those ballots are coming from, giving people more information and transparency around that. We also implemented same-day voter registration last month in the general election. This ultimately allows citizens the opportunity to register at any time up to and including election day. As you know, in the past, registration closed 21 days prior to an election, and there was no ability to register past that deadline. So this new law allows, with limitations, folks to register during the 21-day period before an election and on election day. Those who chose to participate in same-day registration voted a provisional ballot, meaning that their ballot would be counted depending on whether the general registrar and the electoral board of that locality deems them eligible to vote. So this ensures that everyone who can and would like to vote is given an opportunity to let their voice be heard. Finally, I have instructed my team to take a hard look at our website, elections.virginia.gov, and brainstorm onto how we can make it more user-friendly. We have several different kinds of customers at the Department of Elections, including candidates, voters, advocacy groups, campaigns, registrars. All of these people go to our website and use it for different things. And so we have to have it meet them where they are and provide the information that they need in a user-friendly experience. So as we look into the future, or some of the things that we've done, just to start with the website, since I've been here, we have updated our homepage, we've archived sort of outdated information, we have added the laws that have been passed in the last year, and we've provided the most up-to-date translations for our citizens who might speak a different language other than English. As we move forward, we're looking to provide even more information on our website and make it an even cleaner and easier to use experience. I'm looking forward to working in the new year with our 133 electoral boards and registrars to continue to provide information that the public needs and put on safe, fair, and free elections. We have a lot going on right now at the moment at the department, but we sincerely appreciate your hard work and your support and your commitment to ensuring that every person has the information that they need to vote. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for inviting me to help you kick off this meeting. And I hope that you have an exciting day that is very informative and productive.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do you have time for one question that was in the chat?
Oh, of course.
Joan, I don't know if you want to read that, please?
Sure. There does not seem to be any consistent rules for how curbside voters let the officers of elections know that there is someone waiting out at the curb. Is this something your office can fix, or would it require legislation?
I don't think that it would require legislation. I think that it's something that we could issue as guidance from the department and to put some, more guardrails around that process. I mean, my experience at the local level has always been that we have asked, number one, to have somebody out there, and if there can't be somebody out there, have a phone number posted that can be called when somebody arrives to vote curbside. I know, there was a time in my life when I was the sole caregiver for my mother up until her death, and there were many times that I took her to vote curbside. So I've had that experience myself of having to walk into a polling place and pull somebody out and say, hey, I need you to come help me help this person vote. So I empathize with that situation. I know that's a very real issue.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Appreciate your time and expertise, and I'm sure that we will have other opportunities to hear from you again. So thank you so much.
All right, great. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks, Deb.
Have a great day. Our next speaker is the Secretary of Finance for the Commonwealth of Virginia, Stephen E. Cummings. Welcome, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate the invitation to be with you. And I wanted to just talk a little bit about where we stand in the budget process and some of the key themes that are forming that, many of which you will have heard before. We're actually just locking things down today because of the logistics of actually getting things ready to get to print and delivered to all the appropriate stakeholders. Been a fascinating experience. As you may know, my background is not in the public sector. I've been a banker for 42 years, and I've been learning a lot. Find it very fascinating and very exciting to see the things that we can do to move the Commonwealth forward. And I take on my responsibility incredibly seriously. So it's been very rewarding. The overall theme for the governor is you will hear, he's been saying this in other speaking engagement, is that we're on the same track. His priorities are very consistent. There are a couple of things that you'll hear more loudly or a couple of new additions along the way, but it's time to accelerate. We got a lot done in the first round of the last year's budget. Very pleased with the progress that was made and the partnership that was formed with the General Assembly. And I think, as you all know, with all the resources, we were able to accomplish a lot for everybody. So we're kind of in a shifting mode a little bit right now, which I'll talk about. But the governor, we're very keenly aware of the short time we have to get things done. And the word you're going to hear is accelerate. We're very focused. We have a view of where things should be directed, and we need to get going. Not talk about a lot of things. We want outcomes. The main themes are, first is cost of living. I think you heard that in the last go round. In general, belief that our taxpayers should get some relief from us because we can afford to do it, but also ties directly into economic development. So you hear about taxes and about efficiency. Education, wow, I mean, so many things going on with the learning loss of the last couple of years, of a point of view around what the curriculum looks like, but also focused on teachers and good compensation, the challenge to make sure we have good teachers and adequate numbers of teachers in the classroom, and then lab schools. Workforce development, as we're trying to grow our economy, we have not recovered. We're at the low end of all the states in recovery since the pandemic broke out. And there's a great shortage of workers. We're talking about the economic environment and concerns about a recession. But despite that, we still have too many open jobs. And it's very inconsistent with the thoughts around where we are in economy. And in order to grow our economy and to attract companies to come here, and just to grow our population for a lot of reasons, keep our schools filled, make sure that we consistently deliver the revenues in the long term, we need to grow and enhance our workforce. And that ties very closely into a lot of the education priorities, is getting students ready to go out and be able to contribute to the economy. Public safety and law enforcement, big issue, obviously. Terrible tragedies that have taken place across the Commonwealth and across our country. And the governor's been investing in that, wants to do more. And then that ties into something that you'll hear with more volume, is around behavioral health. Obviously, a crisis across the country does tie into some of the violence and actually quite a bit of the violence that's taking place. And so you'll hear about more significant investments on being able to deliver things that can be quickly delivered and have an impact. And last is around the broad theme of economic development. It's been a top priority. The view of the governor in this administration is that we will know we have done a good job on all fronts when more people and families choose to live, work, and raise their family in the Commonwealth. And we have not been showing progress on that key metric. If you look over the last decade, there's been a tremendous migration from the high cost states to the north and the West Coast into lower cost states to our south. Virginia has been kind of bouncing around on the positive and negative side of that. And we can't allow that to happen. It's not good for the long term. It's not good for our economy. And so we're very focused on economic development. We've had some great successes, but we've got to step it up a whole nother level. And you'll hear about some, actually, he announced in his Chamber of Commerce speech in Richmond last week that he is proposing to increase our investment in business-ready sites up to $500 million, which is multiples of what has been done in the past, because we have a shortage. And when companies look of where to go, they look at, do you have a site that can be delivered in 12 to 18 months? Do you have the workforce that I can rely on to actually fill my jobs? And there's been some great wins, but we need more. And so that's a very important kind of top metric of our success in doing the right things. So let me pause there and love to answer any questions you might have. Very excited about what is going on. I'll just add, actually, on the resource side, we are ending last year with a fair amount of resources we are carrying over. So we have what we call the one-time money available to invest in things. That's countered by a uncertain outlook, obviously, of what's going to happen in the economy. We've gone through our process, worked with the Economist Advisory Board, with our Business Leader Advisory Board, and we have a pretty conservative view. We're concerned. We think we need to plan for a downturn that we think will arrive in the second calendar quarter of next year, and we'll be here for a couple quarters around that. We're a bit more negative than many of the economists are, and that's based upon our business roundtable view, but it also is the governor's and my view of where we're heading in terms of planning. Again, is in our business world, is plan for the worst and hope for better than the worst. And I think that, given the conservative approach the Commonwealth has always taken around the budget, that's the right place to be. And if things turn out better, then we'll just have more resources to deal with in a positive way later. So with that, I'll pause and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. The first question that came in was on school buildings and the idea that some of them are falling apart. And how does this affect our students, and what plans are there to help these places rebuild the schools?
Well, last year's budget was the largest budget in education in history. There's more money specifically allocated into school infrastructure. So there's more money that is going there to address that problem. In general, I don't have more specifics other than there's definitely more money going into that. The whole education priority, particularly K through 12, is getting a lot of attention. Obviously, higher ed is a whole different kind of ball of wax, and we're dealing with that in a very traditional way. They've been given a lot of capital, and if anything, that'll be probably tightened up at the moment.
There are two around the idea of getting more workers. One is, are there any incentives for employer-provided childcare, and anything regarding adult workforce development?
Yes, there is going to be money that's spent around childcare. As you all know, that's a very challenging one, and a big debate is how far into this should government go. Providing incentives, changing some regulations is key to that, in that order to get more productivity of what we have and allow others maybe to enter that market. That's been a problem. So that is clearly, we know, a crisis, and is keeping people out of the workforce. You'll hear a lot about workforce development and training people to come out of high school and college ready for jobs that we know are available, and also incentives to provide apprenticeships and internships to get the business community working in partnership with us in a bigger way.
We have two around the idea of housing for workers, and that might be part of the problem with getting workers into Virginia. If businesses move into Virginia, they obviously need affordable housing for their workers. And there's also a question related to that about living wages, working to create living wages so that people can afford the basics like home ownership.
Housing is another crisis. We're looking at that. The governor has a major piece of work that's been completed. You'll be hearing more about the different things that we think we can do. There is some that is also regulatory. A lot of that is controlled at the local level. And what the permitting processes are, those have to be evaluated as part of this. Living wages, I think the economy is taking care of that, frankly. I mean, we're seeing wages at lower levels, basically almost double over the past year, given the supply and demand that's taken place. So I think is one of the challenges of what's going on right now is the shortage of supply is driving it up, which is adding to inflation. But that's I think that's addressed itself pretty well.
I know we're almost up against the clock, but there is one question on behavioral health situation and the inadequate facilities and lack of personnel. And another one regarding the federal infrastructure bill that was just passed. How much resource help will Virginia get from that?
On behavioral health, you will hear more about that and exactly on the topics that your questions are around about the facilities and about resources. I think the whole shortage of talent in nursing and behavioral health is a real problem, and there are plans to address that. And I'm sorry, what was the second one?
Second one was around the infrastructure.
IIG, yes, absolutely. We have a team working on that. We're well into the process of making applications. It's largely transportation at the outset. And we are tracking our what we're applying for, where we think we have the need and we can compete effectively, and we are tracking the outcomes so that we have a good machine working on that. A very important resource for us, given all the challenges that we have around that area.
Great. Thank you, Deb. There's no more questions in chat.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cummings, and for a little peek into what we might hear on December 15th when the governor releases his budget. Really appreciate your visiting with us and giving us a little preview.
Thank you so much for letting me do this, and I appreciate all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Our next speaker is Denise Harrington, our advocacy chair, and the issue group leaders.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. So to keep us on schedule, the first voice that you're going to hear will be from our voting and elections issue group. And you know that's a triumvirate. We call them the Justice League ladies, Janet Boyd and Lisa Coteen Gurchik. And of course, speaking for the group will be Pam Berg. She will be followed by our program director and our interim environmental chairperson. And of course, that's going to be Carolyn Kayward. And she will be followed by our newly formed reproductive health issue group leader, Grace Lawler. And then I'll come up in the rear. And don't forget, League Day is January 25th. And also our women's legislative roundtables will begin January 11th. Thank you. Pam, take it away.
Great. Good morning, everyone.
Pam, I did that. That was totally my fault. I was trying to do something. Can you unmute yourself? I did that to you. Not on purpose. Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. All right. As I said, I'm Pamela Berg, and along with Lisa Coteen Gurchik and Janet Boyd, all three of us lead the Voting on Elections issue group. So Voting on Elections was one of the statewide issue groups the League formed about 1.5 years ago. Our purpose is to advocate for issues related to voting and elections and to simultaneously build expertise and experience, thereby strengthening the overall capability of the League to meet its critical challenges. And we encourage you to join our team. For the 2023 legislative session starting on 11 January, our Voting on Elections issue group is responsible for 5 of the 10 legislative priorities the Virginia League leadership has selected to cover this year. And I will briefly run through these 5. First, the league will continue to support efforts to automatically restore voting and other rights to citizens who are reentering society after completing their prison sentences. Senator Mamie Locke has again put forward a proposed amendment to the state constitution to automatically restore rights. It's Senate Joint Resolution 223. If the amendment passes in 2 consecutive General Assembly sessions, it will go to the voters. Second, the league continues to support efforts to strengthen Virginia's campaign finance laws that, as many of you know, are some of the weakest in the country. Virginia citizens deserve to know that no contributors have undue influence on their elected representatives, and we will help develop strategies as bills are introduced this coming year. Third, we continue to support efforts to remove the requirement that a witness must sign a voter's mail ballot. There is no evidence that voters misrepresent themselves, and such an action is already illegal. We do not oppose requiring a voter to provide their date of birth and last 4 digits of their social security number or other unique identifier. Last year's bill providing that alternative stalled, but we anticipate similar legislation that we can support in 2023. Fourth, the league continues to support efforts to increase and broaden the use of ranked choice voting, or RCV. RCV has a track record of improving the overall quality of elections. Last year, Delegate Sally Hudson introduced a bill, HB 603, to further extend the use of ranked choice voting beyond county boards and city councils. It failed in committee last year, but we hope that a similar bill will be put forward this year. And lastly, we will seek to either repeal or amend a bill that was enacted last session, SB 80 and HB 205, also called the Zuckerbucks bill. That new law prohibits grants and gifts, including voter outreach and education by private individuals and non-governmental entities, because governments should pay for elections. Now, what's important to know here is that while the league supports government paying for elections, we're concerned that the interpretation of this new law has hampered election offices and restricts the league's own work. Our election and voter bills, other election and voter bills will continue to be introduced. They've already started coming in. And so we are looking forward to another active legislative session. And we hope that you'll join our efforts. Thank you, everyone. Okay.
Carolyn?
No, it's Joan Curry.
Okay.
Joan, you're ready. You're hired.
Hi, good morning. I'm speaking on behalf of the Environmental Justice Study Committee on RGGI. In April 2020, Virginia legislature passed the Clean Energy and Community Flood Preparedness Act that set out the guidelines for joining and implementing the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, RGGI. RGGI is a carbon cap and trade market involving 10 other New England and Mid-Atlantic states. RGGI requires power producers to purchase carbon allowances at quarterly auctions for each ton of carbon they emit. The proceeds of auctions are then returned to participating states. In over a decade of program implementation, power sector emissions in the RGGI states have declined by more than 50% relative to 2005 and provided net benefits to their economies on the order of $4 billion. The law authorizing Virginia's participation in RGGI requires 45% of all proceeds from the auctions go toward the Community Flood Preparedness Fund, or CFPF. Further provisions require that at least 25% of the flood preparedness funds go to projects in low-income areas. As of September 2022, RGGI had raised $452 million, with allocations going to the CFPF of $203 million. Another 50% of RGGI proceeds, or $226 million as of September, provide capital for low-income energy efficiency upgrades to both new and existing housing. The program, administered by Housing Innovation Energy Efficiency and affordable and special needs housing works in tandem with the federal weatherization program to provide funds for major health and safety repairs. Low-income households face a disproportionately higher energy burden as a percentage of gross income due to energy inefficient housing. RGGI dollars are being used in every region of Virginia and are creating high-paying jobs that cannot be outsourced. In September, Governor Youngkin outlined a plan to withdraw Virginia from programs from RGGI, a move critics say is not allowed by law, would drain important state programs of funding, and would hurt the fight against climate change. The plan involves regulatory changes that govern the state's participation in the market. These regulatory processes typically take 18 to 24 months start to finish. Virginia's 3-year contract with RGGI Inc., the body that coordinates the market, ends next year. Now is a critical time to call on legislators to maintain our membership in RGGI and the vulnerable communities it protects. All Virginians must be allowed to decide their future and ways to confront the existential threat of climate change. Thank you. Take questions.
Hi, everyone. My name is Grace Lawler, and I'm the chair of the newly formed Reproductive Health Issue Group. We know that several abortion bans have been proposed or are in the works, including a total ban. And so I invite you to join us in advocating to protect reproductive rights. The League of Women Voters believes that maintaining reproductive rights is crucial to protecting the basic freedoms of those who can get pregnant. Abortion should be safe, should be legal, and it should be easily accessible. Reproductive health is a personal choice, and we will fight to ensure that it stays that way in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. And the last three, the first one is the right to marry. Many of us know that it was already approved twice in Virginia's General Assembly. However, the process of having to change amend the Constitution of Virginia requires that it passes twice in the General Assembly, and then it goes to a referendum. And of course, last year it did not. And so this year, though, however, there is already a joint resolution, HJ 460, right to marry, repeal same-sex ban on marriage. And that came, Delegates Anderson and Davis are the patrons and chief and the co-patron. So in any event, our position has always been that people should be able to decide, and not the government, who they would like to marry. And so we expect some sort of movement on this, positive movement on this in the General Assembly this year. So the next issue that I'm going to mention is opposition to vouchers and tuition tax credits or any diversion of public funds for private school use. So obviously this year, many of you are aware that school divisions are now coping with learning loss during the pandemic. And so they are running robust summer education programs and tutoring programs. However, that requires funding. And so our position, after we have just had this pandemic and students are trying to catch up, is to continue to fully fund children in public education to make this possible, and not to divert funds for private schools. And of course, we are adamantly opposing the laboratory schools that are being proposed right now. And so moving on from that, but we also have a specialist coming today who will talk more about that. And so the last bill that I'm going to bring up is gun violence prevention. And of course, we know that some of the things that have happened recently within our state, we understand that there's going to be some movement to possibly regulate what's referred to as ghost guns. And the reason I'm saying this is that we're talking to people that have said, we know at the federal level, for example, there is some legislation that has done that at the federal level, but we're looking for Virginia to do just a little more regulation at the state level. Also, we're looking at possibly limiting the magazines in guns right now. especially due to events that have happened in Virginia specifically. And so that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Those last three bills, last three legislative priorities. And please join us. As Grace mentioned, her group is new, and any one of our issue groups, any one of you are free to join. They meet once a month. It's on the website. Don't forget the Women's Legislative Roundtables, and also don't forget League Day. Thank you so much.
Denise, there is a question about the Protection of Marriage Bill. The recent Respect for Marriage Act. Does it protect gay marriages and interracial marriages?
At the national level, yes. And I'm glad, thank you for bringing that up. At the national level, it does. I do, are you talking about, okay, are you talking about the HJ 460?
It just says Respect for Marriage Act. That's what's in the chat.
That's the national one. Yes, it does. Interracial as well as gay marriage.
Okay. Yes, she is asking about the national one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. Deb has dropped the link for the issue groups in the chat. And thank you, Deb. We had no more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I might add that when we saw the overturning of Roe v. Wade, which was considered decided law, we saw what happened when that was overturned. And so that's why it's important to have measures like these in our own constitution, our own laws. And in fact, Virginia was able to pass the Voting Rights Act when so far the federal government has not. And we will rely on that to help protect voting in Virginia. So yes, yay, we're getting some things passed at the federal level, but we need to make sure we're protecting it at the state level too. So really want to express my thanks to our members that lead our issue groups and learn in our issue groups and advocate in our issue groups. We depend on them for our subject matter expertise. And you do not have to be a subject matter expert to join one of these issue groups. It's a great place to learn and get engaged. So thank you so much for everything that you do there. Our next speaker, while also a league member, and Chris was instrumental in redistricting efforts for the league. We appreciate a different hat. Chris wears many hats, but we appreciate the hat that she has on today for Upvote. Welcome, Chris.
Hi, thank you. My name is Chris DeRosa, and hold on, I'm going to try and get this started. I am a proud member of the Arlington Alexandria League. And I also sit on the board for Upvote Virginia. Our executive director, Liz White, is on a plane right this very minute heading to San Diego for a nonpartisan reformers conference, and she asked me to be here on her behalf. So Upvote Virginia is a new iteration of One Virginia 2021. As of July 2022, we reorganized. We have a new name, a new broader mission with a longer timeline. Upvote Virginia remains a 501c3 nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. We plan to team up with partners such as the League to magnify and expand our efforts to strengthen democracy in Virginia. Upvote Virginia will be looking at many different issues related to democracy and voting, but our flagship mission or focus right now is on ranked choice voting. With ranked choice voting, your ballot will look different. Instead of selecting one candidate, you'll rate the candidates in order of your preference: first choice, second choice, third choice, etc. Ranked choice voting will provide greater choice and a better experience for voters. It results in more civil campaigns and a more responsive government. So when is ranked choice voting used? It's used when there are two or more candidates on the ballot for a race. A candidate must win the vote of 50% of the voters plus one. A candidate cannot win, which simply a plurality of votes. In other words, just say 34% of the votes versus a true majority. If no one wins the majority of the votes, the candidate in last place is eliminated. His or her voters would have their second place votes distributed to the remaining candidates until one candidate surpasses the 50% threshold. This graphic shows that candidate dark blue had 25% of the vote, which was the lowest. So he was eliminated in the next round. His votes were split up, the second choice votes, and were redistributed to candidates purple and red. And then the final round showed that purple got 55% of the vote, including the second choice votes from dark blue. So candidate purple was declared the winner in that case. So why use ranked choice voting? There are several benefits that have already been mentioned. It ensures majority winners, not just plurality, first across the finish line winners. It rewards candidates who build consensus and diminishes negative campaigning. Ranked choice voting has been shown to elect more non-traditional candidates, eliminates the spoiler effect, and has been shown to increase voter turnout. Exit polls have shown that voters thought that ranked choice voting was easy to understand and use. So can Virginia localities use ranked choice voting in their elections? Simple, limited answer is yes. In 2020, delegates Sally Hudson and Patrick Hope introduced bills that were passed. Those bills allow local jurisdictions to consider using ranked choice voting in their local county board or city council elections. Next Saturday, the Arlington County Board is expected to approve a county ordinance to use ranked choice voting in their 2023 party primary elections for county board seats. This would make Arlington the first locality to do so. Discussions have begun in other jurisdictions, including Fredericksburg, Norfolk, Albemarle, and maybe Charlottesville. Note here that ranked choice voting can be used for county board and city council elections only. It cannot yet be used for school board, constitutional officers, or other elections. So it is possible that ranked choice voting could be expanded in Virginia, and we anticipate that there may be some bills to do this. We might see a bill to expand ranked choice voting to include school boards and local officials. We may also see a bill to allow the state political parties to use ranked choice voting in their presidential primaries. I invite you to visit our website, upvoteva.org. There's lots of information there. Sign up to be a supporter, join our email distribution list if you think you might be interested to find out what's going on. If you have any questions or would like to contact Liz, her email is liz.white@upvoteva.org. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Chris, we have one question. Did you give me the slides? I don't know.
Not yet. I only got them last night. So I'll put them in a PDF form and send them to you.
And just send them and we'll drop them in. And yeah, keep checking that Google Drive, because as people send us stuff, we will be adding, and we will eventually put in the recording. So we will have that. Are there any questions? We're actually running early, which is amazing. We're 7 minutes early. Are there any questions for Chris or anyone else regarding issues? If not, we could probably take a little bit of a break. Our other speakers aren't even here yet because we're just so efficient today. I don't see any questions.
Then let's take a 5-minute break. That'll give you a chance to run and get a fresh cup or whatever you need to do. And we will be right back. We'll make it 6 minutes, so that's an even 9:50. Welcome back. Bob, I see that you're driving.
Yeah.
If it's more convenient, Andy is also with us. We could flip the two of you if that is helpful, or we'll go ahead with you.
No, I'm going to pull over. I'm headed to the funeral for Congressman McEachin, so I just had to get started. But I can talk now. How are you all?
Well, thank you, and I'm sorry for all of our loss in the loss of Congressman McEachin, and I will go ahead and turn it right on to you. I know that you have a full day, so thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it's always my pleasure to talk with you all, and I appreciate the time. We are, we're facing a session that in the General Assembly that probably doesn't hold too much promise, to be perfectly honest. I assume you want to hear about our top priorities going into January. Yeah, so some of it's going to seem like watching a bad movie again, because 2022 session was a really bad movie in terms of environmental priorities. We were basically relegated to playing defense on everything. So protect the Virginia Clean Economy Act, protect the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, protect the Clean Cars Initiative. I mean, every good thing that we've done for the past few years came under attack. We know that's going to be the case again in 2023 because a lot of the bills have already been filed. Just the attacks on the Clean Cars program, I think there's 8 or 10 bills already filed by Republicans to repeal that. So Connor Kish, who's the Sierra Club's staff lobbyist, and I will be spending, and of course all of our volunteers, and I hope a lot of you too, will be helping to once again protect the progress we've made on the Clean Economy Act, RGGI, which I don't know how any of these things became partisan, quite frankly, but especially RGGI, it's working so well, and Clean Cars. Clean Cars does seem to be the hot new attack item for some reason. I'm not sure why. That is incredibly important to clean up the transportation sector, which is the biggest source of our carbon emissions. And even the car dealers, the auto dealers and the manufacturers are on board. So I can't for the life of me figure out why this has become the latest wedge issue. So a lot of our time will be spent on those issues. We will try to do some other things, but before I move on to those other things, are people going to ask questions in process or wait till the end?
It's up to you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
They'll put them in the chat and Joan will facilitate.
Okay, awesome. Okay, yeah, so I mean, I don't think I am exaggerating when I say over 80% of our time will be spent trying to protect those three things. We would, people don't understand, people think they're gonna take their cars away. I guess, I mean, I don't know. It's, that one's actually a pretty easy law to understand. It's several years that Virginia will have to transition. And again, the manufacturers are doing this anyway. So, but people can make up stories about anything and folks will believe it. We would like to make small progress on a few other areas. We'll see. I don't think the prospects are great, but just so that you know what we would try, and if it doesn't work, we'll go again in 2024, perhaps when I'm in the House of Delegates with any luck. But we would like that. Yeah, I see maintenance. Yeah, maintenance and affordability. Sure. So I hear that on the affordability, although the federal programs, federal laws that have been passed recently will really go a long way to help the affordability. In fact, I'm probably going to buy an electric car myself next year, in part because of the really large rebate that the federal government just passed. And of course, the state does have the ability to pass rebates as well. That's probably not going to be something we try to do this session because, again, we don't want to waste time with a majority in the House that's not going to do it. But we are going to try once again to pass something relating to solar on schools. We got pretty good traction on this last year, and I'm not really sure how something like this would fail because it saves tax dollars. Even if you care nothing about the environment, it saves tax dollars and saves school systems, including some very needy school systems in rural areas, a lot of money. And it's happening. It's already happening in many parts of Virginia. And we just wanted to have a program which would facilitate this. We do have patrons in both the House and the Senate on this, so hopefully we can tweak it to address whatever the concerns were that the people were bringing up last year, because I think that's a very virtuous bill that should help everyone. I know we're running low on time, so I'll just mention a couple of other things. Folks, especially in Northern Virginia, are very keenly aware of the data center issue, and it's starting to spread to Central Virginia a little bit too, where it's taking up a great deal of land, and you know it's threatening rural character in some counties, and you know, and it's a real energy hog and a water hog as well. So there's lots of issues with data centers. Yes, I like the comments here. So we, and this is something that's being fought on the county level mostly. Okay, I see who are the patrons for the solar on schools. Barbara Favola will once again carry that bill in the Senate, and Delegate Subramaniam will be carrying it in the House. Not sure on the data center side if we can actually get a bill. It would have to be somebody from Prince William County or that area where it's really a battleground, but we would like someone to bring something forward. Maybe it's as simple as, okay, if you're going to have data centers that are going to get tax subsidies, then they need to be powered by clean energy. Something like that maybe would make sense. And Loudon, of course, has been a battleground too. Two other things I'll just mention in passing. So you probably know that bills have been passed in recent years around shared solar. And we love shared solar, of course, because this is a way for people that can't maybe put panels directly on their own home or business, but want to benefit from clean energy. There's some kind of a co-op, or there's land that's shared, or even it doesn't even have to be adjacent in some cases. But you make the project, people subscribe to it, they all benefit from it. Unfortunately, the utilities have created some hoops to jump through that make these programs not very feasible the way they're being rolled out. Very high minimum bills, very high administrative fees. That's just not going to work. So Senator Serval, who had patroned one of the bills that had passed a couple of years ago, has agreed to put in a bill to try to fix this, at least the minimum bill issue. I think Dominion got like a $58 minimum, some ridiculously high minimum bill passed through the State Corporation Commission. Just as a point of reference, I have solar panels on my house and I have zero bills probably 6 months a year. So having a minimum bill of $50 or thereabouts is absolutely ridiculous. And then the last item, we're very concerned about energy efficiency and housing standards. I'm going to a meeting on Monday at the State Board of Housing and Community Development, where they are apparently going to adopt worse energy efficiency standards than even the existing ones for the upcoming period. I did not see that coming. I did think they weren't going to adopt any positive progress on this front. I did not think they would actually remove the fairly lame energy efficiency standards that some of them that we have today in Virginia. So that is a concern, and I don't know what can be done about it, but we did pass a law just a couple of years ago that said the Board of Housing and Community Development must consider the international efficiency standards when they create Virginia's building codes, and they obviously have disregarded them. So it appears to be a violation of law. What can be done about that? We don't know, but we're very concerned about energy efficiency because it hurts people. It hurts Virginians every month to be paying higher energy bills than they have to. So I know I'm at time. There are other things we'd love to work on, but those are the highlights.
Well,
I
Bob,
got time for some questions. Yeah.
Actually, we don't have time for questions,
Okay.
but
Sorry.
I wonder, I think we would all benefit if you could, once, maybe tomorrow or later this week, send us some of those bill numbers and the patrons. I think that would be helpful to us as we prepare for the upcoming session.
Okay, we'll do
So,
that.
all right, thank you again, and appreciate your working us in. So thank you.
Yep, my pleasure. Always happy to talk to you all. Invite me back anytime and I'll come.
All right, great. Thank
Thanks.
you so much.
All right. Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Our next speaker is Andrew Goddard with the Goddard who's the legislative director of the Virginia Center for Public Safety. Welcome, Andy.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. This is probably about the 14th time I've done this, but I'm still not very good at it. Before I go into the priorities, I'd like to echo the previous speaker. I anticipate that we'll be playing far more defense in 2023 than we will be offense, same as we were this year. I'd like to remind you that this year we had 85 firearms related bills, and 55 of those we opposed because they were various levels of egregious, most of them being bills to repeal the advances that we made in 20 and 21. One of the good things that came out of that was that only 2 of those bills passed, and both of them had been modified to take out the worst parts before they were passed. So it was a pretty successful defense year. Unfortunately, we had 3 bills that we supported, and only one of those got through in a slightly watered down fashion, which was to prevent people from obliterating the serial numbers on firearms and make it a criminal offense. But it leaves huge loopholes that people can still get away with doing it. Before I'd like to remind you, I'm sure everybody's on their minds are the fact that we here in Virginia had 3 mass shootings in a 10-day period, with the horrible events at UVA. Sorry, turn off your phone before you do this. A family shooting of a mother and children in Chesterfield, and of course the Walmart shooting down by the coast. Obviously, those things are very forward in our minds because they're all over the news. But I'd like to remind everybody that while mass shootings are horrific, they do actually only represent a very small number of the people who died. And sadly, the news from the violent death reporting system is that in 2021, the latest information has just come out. We rose from just under 1,200 deaths in a year to 1,255. That represents an 11% increase in homicides with a firearm, but only a 1% increase in suicides. And I'd remind everyone that in the last 9 years, homicides by firearm in Virginia have doubled, which is, we're over 508 homicides by firearm. The vast majority of homicides are, of course, young Black males or young Black females, your Black males predominantly. The vast majority of the suicides are white, rural gun owners. And that number is 717. So the vast majority of people that are dying from guns in our state are still white, male, rural, and some urban suicide attempts with suicide successes with guns. So let's quickly think about what we're planning to do other than the defense. We've determined that making it more difficult for someone to legally purchase a gun by having better background checks. We still don't have the best system, but we have a much better system than we ever had before. With that's covered. Now we have to look at what other ways are people are getting their firearms and misusing them. And of course, one of the things is related to safe storage. A lot of school shooters especially get their guns from the home. They get their guns because the gun is in the home and it's not properly secured. And that is a serious issue. There was a particular event near where I used to live in Henrico, where a young girl was shot by a fellow student who took the gun from home. And the thing about that is, yes, the person who did the shooting was the young student. And in other issues, in other situations, it's the same thing. But the person who left the gun accessible is never, ever found guilty of any crime whatsoever. And I think we need to start looking at providing a gun to someone who ends up using it for a crime should be a type of aiding and abetting, which, you know, responsible gun owners probably shouldn't be having any part of, and should be supporting the fact that irresponsible gun owners should have to pay a price. So we're looking at getting bills in place that would make it a crime to allow your gun to be used by someone, unauthorized or not. Now, obviously, if you have it locked in a case and you don't tell your child where the key is, but they find it and unlock the case and take it, then you did your duty to try and keep it safe. But if you just leave it around, you know, or you even give the key to your child and they take it to school and shoot somebody, or they take it to a friend's house and somebody ends up dead, there should be a price to pay for the gun owner. In many other similar situations, the person who set up the danger is going to be prosecuted in some way. And this, unfortunately, would be, yes, the family has suffered a lot already, and which is the argument used to not prosecute people whose child has been killed or child killed someone. They have suffered, but they didn't need to suffer if the person who stored the gun stored it properly. But I won't go into that too much longer. One quick thing I'd like to remind everybody is also on our minds is the common, and it is a misconception, that the most dangerous place for our children is in school. And I have just written a paper for the University of Richmond Law Review that's coming out shortly. And it shows very clearly that only 1% of under 18s that are shot when they're in school. For under 18s in Virginia and the rest of the country, it's the leading cause of death is firearms. And yet only 1% of that takes place in school. And kids under 18 are in school more than 1% of the time. So in fact, our schools are not safe enough, but they are safer than a lot of other places. And so we concentrate a lot of our energy trying to put police officers, armed police officers or armed other individuals into schools. And to be perfectly honest, it doesn't work. A 40-year study of armed response in schools has shown absolutely no provable improvement in security in those schools, which is not good enough. But again, 99 out of 100 children are going to be killed with a gun outside of school, outside of a school activity. I don't mean outside the building, I mean not in school. So we've got to actually change our approach here. The kids that are shot in school are going to appear on the daily news, on the national news. The 99 kids that are killed outside of school might be on page 3 of the local newspaper. But that's where we have the best opportunity to reduce numbers. So we have to change our thinking a little bit. And I think that if you look at Uvalde, that is the clearest indication. 76 of armed police officers was not enough. So one armed police officer, yeah, it seems right, but it really is not going to get us where we want to be. Our schools need to be safer, but everywhere else needs to be safer too. So I think I'll wrap it up there. The last thing, of course, is assault weapons. We're getting nowhere trying to stop people from having high velocity, high capacity firearms that are used primarily in mass shootings. And if we want to concentrate on things that hit the news, that would be a great place to concentrate. I personally am a little more concerned with the actual numbers. I'd like to see a tremendous reduction in suicide. I'd like to see, people understanding the actual data that's out there, the facts that would make people realize that what they're hearing on the news is only the tip of the iceberg, and all of the other stuff is below the surface. And that's where we have the best chance of changing numbers. It's very hard to change something that's already a small thing. And finally, I'll say that again, that old trope of mental illness has come up. The governor is going to do something about mental illness. Great, fantastic. I was on the board of mental health for 4 years, and I know what wonderful work we do in Virginia and how hideously underfunded that operation is. Put more money into mental health. Fantastic. We should be doing that. We should overhaul the whole system, because we owe that to the people with mental illness, not because we're afraid of them, because mentally ill people are not a factor in the vast majority of gun violence or any other kind of violence. They're much more likely to be the recipients of violence than they are to be the perpetrators. But yes, lovely, go ahead and do it. Put money into mental health, get it into a system where people know exactly where to go to get treatment, just the same as they do if they break their leg or they have a cough or all those other things. But don't do it out of fear, because that is just stigmatizing people, and it's just going to make them less likely to go and seek assistance. So I'll get off my pulpit now, and if there is any time, I doubt there is, I usually overrun my time. But I'd like to say that my email address is available. I think you can get that online. And if anybody has any specific questions, I'm always pleased to answer emails to me with a question about what's going on and what can be done. The final push, though, is on MLK Day. We have not been able to have the last 2 years, our MLK Day rally at the bell tower. We are having it this year, and we really need anyone who thinks that 1,255 Virginians don't need to die from bullets. Please come out at 2 o'clock at the bell tower on MLK Day and show your support with your presence. Thank you.
And Joan,
Yeah, we are a little bit over though, so.
Sorry.
yeah,
It's like speed dating.
it really is. And I believe that I sat next to or near you at my very first pre-session when we held these in public. So always a pleasure to have you participate and share your wisdom with us, Andy. And great job. I have no complaints with your public speaking demeanor.
Thanks. I'm a little overdressed because I'm on my way also to a wonderful man's funeral. He was a mentor to me for many years, and it'd be sorely missed.
Well, thank you so much for taking time out from your honoring Congressman McEachin.
Thank you.
Spend it with us. Thank you. Our next speaker is Brenda Cabrera. She is the president of the Virginia Registrars Association. I always get this wrong, VRAV, Virginia Registrars Association of Virginia, and Director of Elections and General Registrar for Fairfax City. Welcome, Brenda.
Thank you, Deb. It's the Voter Registrars Association of Virginia. And when your state and voting begin with the same letter, it is confusing as to what the V stands for in any acronym. So I get confused as well. First of all, just let me thank you all for including the VRAV in your discussion today. I'm going to try and be as quick as possible here. But we do have, we've kind of gone from 3 major priorities for our association to, I believe we now have close to a dozen. So I'll try and hit the highlights that I think you all would be most interested in. I think I'd like to start just by sort of saying that always we will be reactive to whatever comes up, what we know, what we don't know about different legislation that will hit the floor, and then we'll have to respond to that. And also, as registrars, as an election community, we really do have a unique position because we have to implement laws that the legislature puts forward, and we don't want to set ourselves up to be saying, no, we don't want to do that. So advocacy becomes a little bit tricky as we deal with legislators and want to assure them that we're good at our job, we're going to do what you ask us to do, but here are some things that we don't think will work with what you have proposed. So it is, I don't know that it's unique among agencies that have this, but it is a little bit of a unique position for us in terms of just plain being able to advocate. So we appreciate other organizations that are more free to do that, and appreciate working with you. So our first priority is we are planning to reintroduce, and I think we have a sponsor for this, reintroduce HB 528, which was stating that third-party mailers could not go out with pre-filled information. Don't think I need to spend a lot of time on that. It creates confusion for voters. I know as a third-party organization, you may have different opinions about that. We're not trying to stop third parties, but we are generally against voter confusion, and we get a lot of the phone calls when those go out. Similarly, with absentee being not organizations not sending out absentee ballot applications to people who are on the permanent list, again, voter confusion, and to people who have already received an absentee ballot. Those are the areas of confusion that creates. In 2019, there was an employment protection bill, as we sort of refer to it generically. It was HB 2034, and it would have required circuit court overview when a general registrar was being terminated. As you can see across the Commonwealth, that does happen, and the registrars in different ways do not feel supported. We don't have legal counsel. We don't have a lot of support when things become political in our locality. We're getting ready to change over the political breakdown of our electoral boards again, and that sometimes, for right and for wrong, stirs conspiracies about who's out to get whom in the current environment. I do know of some specific instances where that has become very real for registrars. And so we're looking again to provide some protection. There's also, this isn't on the VRAB list, but I know there's one registrar who has had a lot of interference this year and would like to see the Department of Elections hire an attorney that is specifically there to support registrars and to represent registrars. So I don't know that we'll get all of that at one time, but you can see where that's going in terms of legal protection for the registrars. The other inequity that we have across the state is how many people work in your office. And we do not want to legislate, hey, everybody gets this number and everybody gets paid this much, but we would like a clear line of authority of who gets to decide that. The electoral board gets to decide how many people are working in your office, how many deputy registrars, and we would like to see some authority for them or us to decide how much those people get paid. Legislatively, even if the legislation said equal pay to other deputies in the city government, such as the deputy treasurer or deputy commissioner of revenue, or in counties, what other deputy positions that would entail. We have a hard time keeping staff, and this is not equal across the state. I'm up here in Northern Virginia, and for me, it is less difficult than it is for some localities who are larger than I am and actually have less staff than I do. So there's a real problem across the state with that. Several things happened this year, including report by precinct, which happened for absentees. So we do have some plans to look at that at our legislative meeting next week with same-day registration and report by precinct, and look at what legislative changes might make those, the implementation of those more standardized, more equal again across the state. So we will be looking at that. And then because of these newer legislations with the RLA, with same-day registration, which requires a lot of work after the election, and then also the report by precinct, our crunch has become much more narrow. We've been given a lot of extra duties, and certification is still the Tuesday following the election. So we have to be careful about moving that, because now you're moving it into the RLA period. So just trying to look at that timeline and see, I think it was particularly difficult this year, and will be also next year, because we had a holiday in there also. So it just has condensed that period a lot. We would like to see some changes in candidate filing. The candidates have to fill out a whole lot of forms. A lot of them are redundant. There are those who would like to see the petitions go away and it be a filing fee. So we'll be looking at some of the candidate issues that we get the brunt of because of what the candidates are required to do. And then we do have some cleanup. 24.2308 refers to separate town elections. With the May elections having gone away, that can all go away. Going back to timelines, the pre-processing requirements right now are burdensome for smaller localities that don't have a lot of by mail voting, that they're really, if they have 10 ballots, there's no reason they can't get those done on election day. So to have to bring in their CAP officers on the Friday or Saturday before the election, and then have literally nothing to do on election day. So we'd like to look at that and see how we can equalize that. Obviously, the counties that need to do it should be doing it, but there are some counties and cities that are under meeting the requirements of the required days. So we'd like to take a look at that. And there is some interest in trying to move the primary back to the second Tuesday now that schools are getting out earlier across the state. And now that we have a Juneteenth holiday, the Juneteenth holiday creates issues for us to get our precincts up and running, because that's the Monday this year and next year, the Monday before actual election day. And there's a lot that we do. We have emergency voting the day before the election. So it would be, there's some interest in getting that pushed back. So that is the whirlwind review.
We do have a few questions, but we are over time. Deb, do you want to take some or?
Maybe we could take one, and Brenda, could we perhaps pepper you with some questions via email and see if there are any that you could respond to later?
I would be happy to. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll take the first one that came in. Do you think that legislation protecting the director of elections and other officials is needed to help curb potential harassment that we've seen?
I think that there's harassment from two different points. We have harassment from outside the registrar's office, and as things are heating up, we're starting to see that harassment move into the registrar's office. So yes, since we have very little protection now, I think that it is important that we have I mean, we are supposed to be, we are nonpartisan administrators of elections, and we get easily caught in the political strife and the political ideals of the day. And, you know, one year it's one party, the next year it's another party, or even both parties at the same time having disparate agendas that create a very difficult position in the middle for the general registrar. So yes, I do.
Brenda, thank you so much. We know how busy you are, and some of that's our fault because we pushed for a lot of those new laws. But we are also happy to be the voice that says no in the room. So thank you so much. Have a great day, and really appreciate all you do.
All right, thank you.
And we will take a quick 5-minute break since we had an earlier 5-minute break, and try to stay on schedule that way. We are back, and our next speaker is Ashna Khanna. She is the Policy Director for ACLU Virginia. Welcome, Ashna.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I hope everyone is doing well. I see a lot of familiar faces and some new ones, so I just wanted to say welcome. As I was introduced, my name is Ashna Khanna. I'm the Policy Director here for the ACLU of Virginia, and I'm really excited to talk about our legislative priorities this upcoming legislative session. If folks will just give me a minute, I'm just pulling up my quick presentation. All right. All right. So as folks know, next year is a big year. We've got the 2023 legislative session. It's going to be 45 days. So it's going to be quick. It's going to be short. And we've got huge elections where the Senate and House are up in the fall. And so what we know, I just wanted to take a moment to just recognize the political landscape that we are working within. We have a split legislature. We have a GOP majority House and a Democratic controlled Senate. And then we also have a Republican governor who, as per our work, has been seen attacking a lot of civil liberties and rights in unprecedented ways. We've also been seeing the budget used as a new advocacy tool for folks to really get different policies and asked through. And so I just want to recognize that because I think it's really important to think about, what's at stake and what is the kind of political land that we are working within. And so, I would say here at the ACLU, we are very, lucky to be working with such great community partners on the ground, such great partners like the League of Women Voters, and that it's really about building power and public education. I know it's going to look like, I've said it time and time again to my team, we've expanded our policy team and you'll see us all at the Capitol living there in January and February, basically. But I've said it time and time again, it's not just about a bill. It's really about the messaging and the values that legislators are presenting. And so really what we want to do is, again, tell those stories of the impacted folks that the policies impact and to really uplift the power that community has and really do that public education. Facts are so very important. And I cannot tell you how many times we, do our fact versus myth just to continue to educate the public that what is being talked about, even if a bill doesn't pass, that rhetoric or that misinformation doesn't follow through. And I think that's really relevant as we think about voting rights, right? And really relevant as we think about the 2023 elections. And so the opportunities we have this upcoming legislative session is to, to where we can. We are working on some criminal legal reform matters that I will go into a little bit later, but to pass proactive legislative reforms in a bipartisan manner when possible. We are hoping to inform and educate the public through stories, through data, through framework and messaging on issues that are most important to us in the community. And we are working to defend civil liberties and defeat all bills whose impact will be detrimental for the communities of Virginia and have a step backwards. And so just a quick timeline. I know you all are experts. I see you all at the Capitol, but session begins January 11th, crossovers around February 7th, and then the session adjourns February 25th. So we really are looking at a condensed timeline where a lot of bills, a lot of information is going to get through. And so please, I'll put our information up on the chat. Please do, follow us. You all are great. We have so many partners that we work with that really are the leads and subject matter experts when it comes to different issue areas throughout the session. And so I'll kind of go into some of our proactive priorities. So I would say in the criminal legal risk space, we are supporting Second Look. So as we may know, other than executive intervention, Virginia lacks any mechanisms to review a prison sentence once a person with a crime committed post 1994 is transferred to a state facility. And really what Second Look does is it just creates an accessible mechanism for fair and transparent sentence review. These are individuals that have served over 10 to 20 years and have not had any technical violations, and are individuals that are just asking for a second chance, a second look at their sentencing, and this will be worked out with their judge at the local level. And really what we're looking for is a mechanism for folks to really have a second look and folks to be released. And so we recognize how important that is, how overcrowded and through racial prejudice our prison system is. And so we really want to continue to push this. This was a bill that passed last session in bipartisan manner. We got multiple Republicans. And so we had a Senate majority to all come together and say that this is something that is important. Unfortunately, the House Criminal Subcommittee did not feel the same way. As some of us know, Delegate Bell does not really align with us when it comes to a lot of criminal legal reform issues. And so this year we are really concentrating on moving some of the, some of the House committee members to really think and look at their colleagues on the Senate side who really adopted this in a bipartisan manner. And so that's going to be a real effort of ours. The second thing I'll talk about very quickly is ending profiteering in prison. So Virginia jails and prisons have entered into profit sharing agreements with vendors. This has led to inflated prices being charged to family and loved ones of people behind bars who are disproportionately Black and brown women. And so the goal of our legislation is really to make communication free for those who are currently incarcerated and their loved ones. So we want to end this financial exploitation of people who are incarcerated and their families by ending commission models for vendors who will provide goods and services to people in Virginia jails and prisons. We want to shift the communication to a no cost model that facilitates increased communication. And ultimately, we would also, part of the bill is providing better conditions, including food, just so that folks know for each individual, there's a parent lesson. It's around $2.30 for each individual. And as we know, the other day, Sean was like, even my dog food is like more expensive than that. So we really are looking to humanize the system and really start to think about how we can treat people in humane ways who are currently incarcerated. And so that is also a proactive priority of ours. The other one that you all know about is our right to vote amendment, right? So we've got Senator Locke and Lucas again putting it in for, you all know that we are one of few states. I just want to say we had a Southern collective convening where all the Southern affiliates in the ACLU got together. And even when Mississippi tells me like, this is ridiculous, that really, should really hurt. And in Louisiana, and they were like, oh, your governor has to give each individual the right to vote back. And and just hearing that where Virginia is, even in the South, when it comes to this is really, really sad to hear. So right now we know that felony disenfranchisement impacts all of us, all of our communities. And it's not the way that, it doesn't provide accessible mechanisms for folks to vote. So we are going to be supporting to change the Constitution, the Virginia Constitution, to give anyone who is 18 and older and eligible to vote, to be able to vote. As we know that this bill has, really made its way in the past years and was watered down a little bit to be, upon release, you get your right to vote back immediately. And so we're going to continue to push for that initial rhetoric, and that we're going to really, I would say what we really did come out of last session with and previous sessions is this bipartisan sort of collective group of folks who came together and said that we are really, we really need to change the Virginia Constitution, and we need to change it now. And so the ACLU is working with a variety of partners within a coalition. I believe we're working on a website as well. And so we are really hoping to continue to lift up that priority. And again, really acknowledge if there's any misinformation, especially on the House side, is to really, through public education, through stories, educate members on how important this is and why we are so behind, even to our Southern partners in the Deep South. Last but not least, we're going to stop abortion bans. This is one that we are putting a lot of effort into, a lot of resources. We expect bans to be submitted and are getting ready with to activate the public. We have talking points, public education events, and more. Eventually, we would like to change the Virginia Constitution as well to reflect that, the right to abortion, some would say, and just make sure that people have fair and access to healthcare and reproductive health. And so that is another priority of ours. There's a lot of other things that I would say, both in the criminal legal reform and constitutional amendments that will be up, the same-sex constitutional amendment to remove the language so that same-sex marriage can be protected here in Virginia through state law. We are also looking for oversight, prison oversight, making sure there's accountability. We are working on parole transparency, and so we may be looking to, we recognize that system is broken, but looking at ways to at least get information to loved ones in ways that are transparent and keep government accountable. And I think the biggest thing is we're going to block bad bills in all civil liberties areas. So in criminal legal reform and reproductive rights and LGBTQ plus and trans justice, First Amendment, education, immigration, voting rights, and privacy. We are doing, a deep scan of all the bills. We cannot be everywhere. And so we recognize that. So I want to say, although we will live at the Capitol, we will think strategically about what we think we really make sure that we are educating the public overall, values messaging, data-driven messaging, but also stand up and work both behind the scenes and in committees to block bad bills. Obviously, we are really thankful that the Senate a P&E committee and the criminal committee has blocked bad bills in the past. And so really what we're facing is more so the rhetoric and the misinformation that gets presented, especially in such an important election year. So that's really the way that we are framing the session. It's short. The media is going to cover what's like quick and hard hitting. And so we want to make sure that it's the right information that's being covered. As we speak, our executive director is on a panel with some media and they're going to be talking about parental rights and schools, and the Family Foundation is on there too. And so we are trying to get in front of media and really make sure that they recognize what is the information and the public education to really make sure that we are protecting civil liberties and expanding them to the extent that we can. One other thing that I will quickly note, because I know I'm a little over time, and so I apologize, is that the session does not just end when the legislative session ends. The governor has a lot of power. And so the 30 days after that, when we think about the budget amendments that got through, I know for those of you who have been keeping up with the VDOE model policy and all of the backlash there, we are really working to check the governor and make sure that there's no shenanigans that happens, either sending back bills or putting things in the budget. And so that's a huge concentration in ours, and an opportunity that we saw from last session to this one, that we're increasing our capacity to be able to do that work 30 days post session and be committed to that. I know it gets tiring, but it's really where I will say, a lot of folks think session is done. It's not done just yet. The governor has a good amount of power, veto and passing. And so it's really where we're going to be looking and spending our resources on.
Ashna, thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you soon in Richmond. And if anyone has any questions, still put those in the chat and we can get those to Ashna and hopefully you'll be able to answer those for us. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Deb. Very quickly, I will say I'll put a link into an event that we're having tonight. It is basically 60 minutes of what I just said, but expanded, talking about who's carrying the bills and all of that information. So I'll put that into the chat. And if you're able to tune in, please do. Otherwise, the recording will be on our Facebook as well.
Great. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Kathy Harkey, the Executive Director of Virginia Alliance on Mental Health. Better known
No,
as-
excuse me, it's Brian.
I'm
Brian
sorry,
Koziel.
I skipped right ahead. Sorry. Brian Koziel, Executive Director of the Virginia Housing Alliance, VHA. Welcome, Brian.
Hi, how is everyone? Thank you all for having me back. I was glad that you skipped over, and it's actually my turn. I was like, oh my God, I'm super late. Thank you all for having me back this year. As you know, housing is part of every conversation these days. We just went through a historic pandemic in which, really unprecedented amounts of federal resources came down to keep people safely housed. There was, state and federal eviction moratoriums in order to keep folks safe and in housing. The governor has come out and made housing a priority. I'm not sure if everybody is aware of the administration's Make Virginia Home plan. We're still waiting on details. At this point, it's just high-level talking points, but there does seem to be some interest in addressing regulatory reform and some land use and zoning issues, really just trying to speed up the time it takes to actually build affordable housing. He has come out and said that the path forward is not additional subsidies and grants, and we at the Housing Alliance vehemently disagree with that perspective, because we all know that the market will not build affordable housing, especially deeply affordable housing on its own. So let me just jump into our kind of big priorities for the year. Let me back up. I will say we contracted with Christopher Newport University, the Wason Center for Civic Leadership over the summer and conducted a public opinion poll of registered voters and their opinions around affordable housing, and overwhelmingly strong bipartisan support for having an array of housing options in communities, strong support for increasing funding to build and provide services for affordable housing and low-income residents, as well as ending homelessness or funding for homelessness services. So, as always, we will always continue to support increases for the Virginia Housing Trust Fund, which is the predominant mechanism in which we build affordable housing in Virginia. It's currently at $75 million per year. In Governor Northam's outgoing budget, there was $150 million per year, so $300 million over the biennium. We are pushing this year through a budget amendment to get us back to that introduced budget for FY24 of $150 million per year. That will be Senator Marsden in the Senate, and most likely Alfonso Lopez in the House. and having a bunch of support for that as well. Our next priority, and this is a large, really large chunk of money, and so solving the affordable housing issue in Virginia is really kind of, we need to address supply side. So we do that through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and through our new state tax credit program. But there's a demand side. So we know there are about 350,000 Virginians that are extremely cost burdened, that are paying more than 30% of their income towards housing. That's only getting worse as rents have continued to see historic increases. So we are pushing for the creation of it's called the Virginia Housing Stability Fund. It is essentially a state rental assistance program modeled on the federal housing choice voucher program. It will have both a tenant-based and a project-based component. And we are, that will be Senator McClellan, and then Delegate Maldonado and Delegate Carrie Coyner. And that fund, we are requesting $738 million in rental assistance over a 3-year pilot program. So, roughly $220 million per year. That gets at 5% of need in Virginia. So we're, with that huge dollar amount, we're only addressing 5% of the need to alleviate extremely high cost burden households and provide them some rent relief. Our next priority is directing the Department of Housing and Community Development to conduct a housing needs assessment every 5 years, and then align that with a housing plan every 2 years that coincides with the biennial budget. And really the thinking is we've got a plan for everything else in the state. We've got transportation plan, energy plan, broadband plan. We don't have a housing plan. And as we start working on, all of these funding sources, it's really kind of irresponsible to not have a state plan that kind of transcends administrations and provides a blueprint for how we continue to address the 300,000 shortage of affordable housing units. I know I'm running over time. And we've got the other thing we're working on is a budget amendment to provide funding to DMAS to conduct a rate study for the high need support benefit, Medicaid benefit, and this has a housing and employment component. And finally, a bill that will allow the development of accessory dwelling unit ordinance or dwelling units by right. So in a lot of jurisdictions, there are a lot of hoops folks have to jump through. We see this as a small incremental way to increase inventory and build more affordable units, or to have a dwelling unit on your property that can be used for an elderly family member or rental purposes. And so there's no silver bullet, but we're continuing to nip around the edges. And so just looking at some of these questions.
Brian, I'm sorry to cut you off, but could we send you the questions and have you respond to those afterwards, since we're on a tight schedule?
Yep, that's fine.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Sorry, I almost skipped over you, but we really appreciate your expertise and addressing these important needs for Virginians. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Kathy Harkey. the Executive Director of Virginia Alliance on Mental Health, also known as NAMI. Welcome, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you. It was nice to hear some of Brian's initiatives because we have some housing is always a big one for NAMI Virginia. Yes, and a couple of things that we're working on this year, and we're actually still developing our legislative priorities. They kind of come late in the year. We have standard ones that are normally ongoing every year thing, and housing often is one of those. One that we have a big focus on this year is workforce development. Even pre-COVID, workforce development's been a top priority for NAMI for a while, but the situation has only gotten worse as far as mental health in the state of Virginia. And pre-pandemic, we had a significant behavioral health workforce shortage in Virginia. And now post-pandemic, that situation has grown even worse. So one thing that we did is this year during the 2020 General Assembly session, we advocated for additional funding for community service boards and state psychiatric facilities so that they could retain their existing workforce and provide a more comprehensive package to gain new workforce. Well, during the 2022 session, the state psychiatric facilities did receive funding to address compensation issues from for fiscal year 2022-23, and they're actually slated to receive funding also for 2024. This community services boards did receive some funding as well, but the level of investment in the CSBs was not quite as great in order to provide funding that the community-based system needs across all the service lines for behavioral health. And so I know the CSBs are going to be advocating for funding again this coming session, and we will stand in support of that. We do know that on our helpline, we get calls from people that are unable to get appointments with providers. If they do get appointments, sometimes there's a waiting list. Also, insurance is an issue. Sometimes even through telehealth, they don't accept Medicare, and so or the insurance that the individual has. And so we're working on that. We want everybody to receive treatment and medical care when they need it. And so that is a top priority for us this coming session. Another one, which you may have heard about, I know it was in the papers, is the crisis programs. We have the 988 system that launched full-fledged in Virginia back in July, and a part of or a kind of connection to that system are called mobile crisis units. And Virginia passed legislation this year. It was actually House Bill 1191. And if you go into the actual bill, you'll see in section G that for towns or localities that have 40,000 or fewer residents, they do not have to have a mobile crisis system like the larger counties or jurisdictions do, and they're not receiving funding for that. So what's happening now is some of these smaller towns and counties with 40,000 or fewer residents are tapping into what a larger county might have. And if they can send a mobile crisis unit over, they do so. If they can't, then they don't. And so we are going to advocate for, and there are a couple of reasons behind this. It's not just funding. A lot of these community services boards that have 40,000 or fewer residents didn't feel like they were ready to take on having mobile crisis units. They might be very small and understaffed. They might not have the training that they need. There needs to be a partnership between the local police agency as well as the Community Services Board. And there needs to be a lot of community buy-in. And so what we're going to request is funding for these smaller communities. I say smaller, 40,000 in some of these places, that's a lot of residents. But we're going to request for funding to pay for resources or outsourcing to develop or establish protocols, to come up with a plan quickly, because the legislation does say that they need to have a plan in place by 2024, I believe it is. I'm not exactly sure on the date, but we want it to happen a little bit faster. So we're going to ask for funding for that. There's also equipment that might be involved, like vehicles for the mobile crisis unit to use, for example. So we're going to ask for funding to purchase that equipment, and any other local crisis services they might need to outsource, such as, they might need a 24/7 crisis stabilization center. Those centers, those crisis receiving centers are established in a lot of the big cities now, or big communities in the state, but the smaller ones, again, they don't have these resources. And we know that Southwest Virginia and other small little communities throughout Virginia need additional resources to help their loved ones with mental illness, or their community members, their residents with mental health concerns. And then we were going to ask that funding be provided to hire and train an adequate number of staff members or contractors if there's not a tangible infrastructure in the Community Services Board, if that's an immediate issue, to work on a mobile crisis unit. So those are a couple of our biggies for this coming session. We have found, due to our capacity at NAMI, that we can really only focus on 3 or 4 priorities and give them everything that they deserve to try to make that priority a successful advocacy endeavor. And so even though there are other priorities, like we would like to see we would like to see an expansion of criminal justice diversion programs. Discharge planning is always a concern, because if somebody is discharged without a good discharge plan, and in an appointment upon discharge with local community services, or if they need public permanent supportive housing and don't receive that upon discharge, we know that recidivism occurs and they're back in the hospital. And so discharge planning is always a concern. We also have seen a great deal of research on peer recovery specialists and family support partners, and the value of those positions, people with lived experience that work in the field that can help others. And so we would like to see an expansion, additional support for those positions, and barrier crimes, reopening beds that were closed during the pandemic, the worst possible time to close mental health beds, especially at locations like the Children's Treatment Center in Stanton, Virginia. Those beds have been closed. I think they were at, I believe it was 32 beds, and they're down to like 12 or 13. And this is the main facility for youth with mental health concerns in Virginia. And we have a baker's dozen of beds. And so again, some of this goes back to workforce and rebuilding the workforce, but those beds need to be reopened, and also numerous beds closed in the state hospitals, as well as the Children's Treatment Center in Stanton. And so we want to know, of course, that's going to save the state money. If the beds are not open and workforce is left, additional workforce is left, then where is that money going? And so we have lots of questions, lots of priorities, and I know my time is coming to an end, so I would like to see if you have any questions of us, or if there's a priority that you've identified that I have not addressed.
Kathy, if you don't mind, we will send you the questions so that we can keep on schedule. We were already running behind, and I
saw.
apologize.
Yes, I saw that, Deb. So I'm only 4 minutes past.
No, we're going to try to
yes.
make that up though, but really appreciate your being with us and for all of your hard work to address mental health in our state. And we'll be in touch with you, but thank you so much for your advocacy.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you as well, and the League of Women's Voters Support of Mental Health and NAMI. You are a wonderful group. So thanks for having me, and y'all enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Thanks. Our next speaker is Jamie Lockhart, Executive Director of Planned Parenthood Advocates of Virginia and Planned Parenthood Virginia PAC. Welcome, Jamie.
Thank you so much, Deb. Hi, everyone. I'm going to quickly put up some slides because I don't know about y'all, but sometimes I find that if I have a visual, it kind of helps me stay grounded. So I'm going to go through some slides and talk about our priorities for 2023. So I'm Jamie Lockhart, she, her pronouns, serve as Executive Director, and that's my contact information. I'll also put in the chat if anyone has any follow-up questions. So looking at the state of abortion rights as we kind of talk about what's at risk here in Virginia. So as you all know, on June 24th, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in a 5-4 decision and a 6-3 decision upholding Mississippi's abortion ban. That removed the constitutional right to an abortion, and as a result, it greenlit the opportunity for states to completely ban abortion. Of course, here in Virginia, abortion remains legal, but it is at risk. So at the state of abortion rights nationally, there's no constitutional protection. We know there are some federal challenges, but less likely to happen with the outcome of the Senate race and with Biden as president. But there are 18 states where there are abortion bans in effect. And I'll just quickly show this map. And so you can see Virginia is a really important access state because of restrictions in the South and Midwest. North Carolina, we'll also be closely watching North Carolina's legislative session because they are also at risk. So state of abortion rights here in Virginia, abortion is legal, but it's also not protected. A couple years ago, we passed a great piece of legislation, Reproductive Health Protection Act, that removed a lot of restrictions. We're a key access state, but as I just said, not something we can take for granted, something that could change with one election or a small change in the membership of our state Senate. So our legislative priorities for 2023, our priority is to protect access to essential, time-sensitive sexual and reproductive health care. So what does that look like? We will be supporting a constitutional amendment that protects reproductive freedom. Senator Jennifer McClellan and Delegate Charnel Herring have let us know that they plan on introducing this. So kind of stay tuned for the announcement of that. We want to protect the Contraceptive Access Initiative, which Governor Northam had in the budget, and that provides free birth control to qualifying Virginians. We want to oppose bills that put politicians in the middle of private medical decisions. In particular, opposing any abortion bans, because we know that the goal of all abortion bans is to stop people from accessing essential health care and take away people's power over their own bodies, lives, and futures. We oppose so-called born alive bills, which are vehicles for anti-abortion politicians to push misinformation. Oppose bills that undermine the teaching of comprehensive medically accurate family life education, or is what Virginia calls it, sexual health education. Oppose bills that seek to politicize the fair treatment of transgender youth. And then also supporting reproductive justice partners bills and other efforts to address maternal mortality and infant mortality, like getting increased doula reimbursement and also a tax credit for stillbirths. And so working with Birth in Color on those pieces of legislation. And so I want to spend a little time talking about just attacks on reproductive health care in Virginia and what we expect. So we know that Governor Youngkin has announced that he supports a 15-week abortion ban, which we know is a pre-viability abortion ban that would impact a lot of different people, people that get fetal diagnosis, people that don't find out they're pregnant until later in pregnancy, people who live in those 18 states where they're having a hard time accessing care right now and will need to travel to access care. And then people who are young people and people with chronic health conditions often find out they're pregnant later in pregnancy. So knowing that we'll be facing that, haven't seen that bill actually be introduced yet. We also know that 3 legislators have said that they're introducing bills to ban abortion at conception. That also has implications for emergency contraception and IVF. And we've seen one of those bills come down, HB 1395 by Delegate March has been introduced. And then we'll be looking out for other abortion restrictions. And we'll also be watching closely the caboose budget. This is not a major budget year. This is just an editing budget year. But the potential that Governor Youngkin doesn't fund contraceptive programs like they should be funded. And just want to kind of finish by saying we know that support for abortion rights and access is high, that 77% of Americans support, nearly 80% of Virginians believe abortion should be legal. And that, no matter someone's personal feelings, we can all agree that it's not the place of politicians to make these decisions for someone else. So that is my very quick, I think 7-minute presentation. I would be happy to answer questions, or also I know, Deb, you're trying to get back on schedule. So if people want to email me any questions, I will put my email in the chat here, and would love to work with League of Virginia voters, members this session to make sure we protect access to sexual and reproductive health care.
Thank you so much, Jamie. If members would please put your questions in the chat, and Jamie, thank you for understanding our schedule issues, and we will get those questions to you. And I don't know if you've been on from the beginning, but just to reiterate that reproductive health is a priority for the League. We do have an issue group dedicated to that issue, and you can go to our website if you're a member and you would like to join that issue group. So Jamie, thank you so much, and I hope that you will share your excellent slides with us, and thank you for really running through this very quickly, but it was very well done, and appreciate it.
Thank you, Deb. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Y'all too.
Our next speakers are Helena Berger and Susan Leidick. They're the co-chairs of Rev Up Virginia, which is the voting arm of the American Association for Disabled Persons. Welcome.
Thanks, Deb. I'm Helena Berger. Really appreciate the invitation today. And I guess just Rev Up Virginia, which stands for Register, Educate, Vote, Use Your Power. As Deb said, there is a national program called Rev Up. We are a statewide coalition in Virginia working to increase the political power and influence of Virginians with disabilities. Our coalition is about 20 months old. I think we're having an impact, and I think this is a perfect opportunity to thank the League, both the Virginia League as well as all the local chapters who have been really instrumental partners in our work over the last 20 months. So again, I just want to thank everybody and welcome other chapters to join us. One of our budget priorities for the next session is to fully fund the 3,000 Virginians with developmental disabilities who are in priority 1 on the developmental disability, which is DD waiver list, all with urgent need for services. The DD waiver provides supports and service options for successful living, learning, physical and behavioral health, employment, recreation, and community living. I'm also going to mention that that list is actually 14,000 people in total. So the 3,000 people are folks who are in urgent need, but there are another 11,000 people on this list. And what we're going to be advocating for is that these individuals are provided core services designed to intervene in people's lives before it becomes a crisis, and therefore delaying the need for additional costly supports and services, which would obviously save the Commonwealth money. Another one of our priorities is to remove the word handicap from the Virginia Code and replace it with the word disability. I'm sure everybody is aware that handicap is an archaic term, an offensive term to people with disabilities. And the code currently has uses the word handicap more than 70 times. We're also going to be working on ensuring access to curbside voting for all disabled Virginians who need it. I probably don't have to tell the folks on this call that currently you need to be a senior and a person with a physical disability to use curbside voting or have access to curbside voting. We obviously want to remove the word physical, so it provides an opportunity again for all people with disabilities who need it to have access to it. And another one of our priorities is to ensure access and participation to virtual public meetings such as boards and commissions and advisory groups. Currently, the law does not allow remote participation to count towards a quorum, and family members and caregivers can only attend meetings virtually 25% of the time. I think it's pretty obvious why it's important to have people with disabilities have access to participating in these meetings virtually. Sometimes accessible transportation is hard to get. Sometimes, your health issues make it difficult. I mean, clearly we just went through a pandemic. We know how adversely affected people with disabilities were because of COVID. So, having this access and be able to participate as part of a quorum is really what we're talking about in terms of equality and full inclusion of all disabled Virginians. So I'm going to stop there before I use up all the time and turn it over to my co-chair, Susan Leidick.
Hi, thank you, Helena. I just wanted to follow up. Yet last year or this past session, the Virginia League brought to our attention the issue of course, the need for someone to a witness for absentee ballot voting. So certainly that's an issue that also is on our minds, and if that's something the league is working on this year, we'll certainly support that. It really came to our attention of just how important that is, what a barrier it is for people with disabilities. So thank you to the League of Virginia for bringing that to our attention. The Virginia Centers for Independent Living, we've talked to their advocacy people to find out what their issues are. And again, as a continuing issue is always increase for Medicaid personal care assistant rates. As you know, there's a great deficit. People cannot get enough personal care assistance. There's tremendous turnover. That was even greater during the pandemic. The progress has been made on their rates, their pay rates, given COVID funding, but there's always a need to increase that more to give a livable wage to people that are personal care assistants. Also, providing increased funding for Centers for Independent Living, especially for the 5 areas of the Commonwealth that do not have Centers for Independent Living. So that's a continuing issue that comes up each year, and certainly we will back that. And then to follow up with Kathy Harkey and NAMI of Virginia, I want to apologize publicly to Kathy for not getting to speak to you before today, but this is an issue that addresses mental health concerns in Virginia. The Virginia Association of Chiefs of Police, the Virginia Hospital and Healthcare Association, and Virginians Organized for Interfaith Community Engagement have been working really hard over the past year to increase attention to the need for crisis response centers or crisis receiving centers for people who are in mental health crises. It's brought to the attention of the Commissioner for Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services, Commissioner Nelson Smith. I apologize for my phone ringing in the background. This coalition of organizations is advocating for apologize for that. This coalition of organizations is advocating for funding $58 million in the governor's budget for 2024, fiscal year 2024, to increase funding for these crisis response or crisis response centers. These are places, typically people within a mental health crisis will be taken to the emergency room by their family member or a police officer. And given the lack of mental health beds, psychiatric beds in the Commonwealth, as Kathy Harkey was discussing, often people wait in emergency rooms for hours or days at a time. If a police officer has brought them in, then a police officer needs to wait there with them until a bed is secured. And so the idea of these crisis receiving centers, there's 7 currently in the Commonwealth, and this coalition is saying that to really fully support the needs, we need at least 24 of these across the state, across the Commonwealth. And so the $58 million that the Commissioner for the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services has requested in the governor's budget would go to fully fund the current crisis receiving centers that are in place and then add new crisis receiving centers. The coalition is also asking for an additional $20 million to create psychiatric emergency services, real programs in hospitals that are specifically for psychiatric emergencies. So these are some of the things that we are really going to be working towards, and would be happy if there's time to answer questions, but it looks like we may be out of time.
Yes, Susan and Helena, thank you so much. We are on a tight schedule today, so if members have questions, please put those in the chat and we will make sure that these get to our speakers. So again, thank you so much. We've really appreciated our partnership with you in trying to lift up disabled voices.
Thank you so much, Deb.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shane Riddle. He is the Director of Government Relations and Research for the Virginia Education Association. Welcome, Shane.
Thank you, Deb. I appreciate that. Would I have the possibility to share my screen? Okay, great. I will do that. And 1 second, please. Whoop. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure if Deb, if you could nod for me and let me know if you can see my
I can, yes.
Okay, great. So real quickly, I won't go over all of the slides. I'm Shane Riddle. I'm the director of the Virginia Education, Director of Government Relations for the Virginia Education Association. And it's very possible that Dr. Fetterman may pop into the meeting to visit with us also today. He's the president of our state association. But really, I wanted to briefly discuss with the League of Women Voters our VEA 2023 General Assembly priorities for the upcoming session. And we'll be working really closely with our partners and coalition partners to advocate for additional funding for our school systems. And so real quickly, a few of the priorities that we'll be working on, and these are taken from our legislative agenda that's adopted by our board of directors, which was adopted on October the 14th of this year. And as we move into the General Assembly session, what I'll be showing you here in these bulleted items are the pieces of legislation that we will be initiating, whether it be solely as the VEA or as coalition partners with the Fund Our Schools Coalition. And so the first thing that we'll be initiating is two pieces of legislation and some budget amendments to try to get our teacher salaries at or above the national average. Right now, as you know, in the 2022 and the 2022 session for this biennium, we did make some progress in that area. We are receiving the state portion that goes to school divisions from the state budget will be 5% this year and 5% next year, but it's going to take an additional 6% up on top of that a total of 10% to get teachers to the national average. And so we do have a piece of legislation that is in draft form right now over at the Legislative Services Office to advocate that the General Assembly get us to the national average before the end of this biennium, which we believe will help majorly help us with teacher shortage problems. As you know, there are other problems that lead to teacher shortages, but in a plethora of research, teacher salaries is one major factor. We also want to make sure that we include school staff professionals in those salary increases to make sure that they're above livable wage, so that they can afford to live on the wages that they receive. We'll also be working on continuing to work on, I should say, the funding, the revised standards of quality. And we call those the SOQs, which are adopted by the Virginia Board of Education, which fund anywhere from 8 to 10 items that the Virginia Board of Education say that needs to really be funded to really fund our schools properly and adequately. And then we'll also, if you remember, some of you on this call may remember back in 2009 when the General Assembly placed a cap on funding for support positions. So they actually stopped funding to a certain extent support positions that local school districts need to run the district, like, for example, teachers' aides, bus drivers, maintenance personnel, custodians, front office staff, positions like that. And we lifted that support cap partially last year to the tune of about 1/3. And we're going to go back to the General Assembly this year and see if we can get that fully funded for the biennium. And we also want to make sure that we safeguard and protect our permissive collective bargaining law that's currently on the books in Virginia Code. And then we have a new initiative to help teacher shortage issue by increasing and scaling up funding for the National Board Certification Program. This is a very rigorous teacher professional development program where the teacher receives a national certification, and they also would be eligible for an annual stipend that's added to their salary on a recurring basis. So it actually increases the amount that a teacher would earn. And so we think that would really help in retaining our teachers that have gained tenure status after 5 years and keep them in the profession. And then the last two items, we want to make sure that we improve support for English language learners. So as many of you know, this subgroup of learners, they are struggling more than any other subgroup in the state right now. And a lot of this is due to the pandemic, but a lot of this was there before the pandemic. And so we need to make sure that we uplift those subgroups. And we are going to initiate about 2 pieces of legislation to address this issue with Delegate John Avoli, Delegate Elizabeth Guzman, and Senator Hashmi. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we scale up the program and funding for our community schools models. These community school models are really research-based, evidence-based models to improve our schools that are struggling. And so these models replace models like models that would take funding away from our public schools, like to private entities, and keeps the school within the public realm. So we believe that these type of models are better replacements for like charter schools, lab schools, and those type of things that would divert public funds from public institutions. And so that gives you a little bit of an idea of what the VEA, the Virginia Education Association, is looking at for the 2023 General Assembly. And I'm going to skip some of these slides and go down to our call to action. This is our call to action that we present to our members during our pre-legislative workshops. And I want to present these to you today so that if you would like to participate with us on our Strong Schools, Strong Communities Rally and Lobby Day that we'll be holding on January the 16th on the Capitol grounds at 9 a.m. All you would have to do is, and I'll send this presentation over to Deb so that everyone on this call will have access to these links. But we encourage all of our partners to help us out, engage with us during this rally period on January the 16th, and then help us by committing to meet with your lawmaker back home to advocate for these priorities and your priorities, of course. And also, lastly, help us by attending and speaking at regional virtual budget hearings on January the 5th. The General Assembly will hold these budget hearings after the governor presents his budget on December the 15th. And it allows our community members to have a voice in what they think should be funded. And in connection with your priorities as the LWV of Virginia and our priorities as the VEA. And so, listen, I really appreciate Deb and Joan for allowing me to present to you today, and I would be happy to answer any questions if that's appropriate.
Shane, we are on a tight schedule, and so we really appreciate your joining us. But if members do have questions and you will put them in the chat, we will get those to you, Shane, and have you answer those afterwards, if that's okay.
Yes, the questions that are in the chat, Deb.
Yes, we'll send those over to you,
Okay,
if that's okay.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. And I would add that that the League is also a member of the Fund Our Schools Coalition with the VEA and several partners. And we really appreciate your leadership on this important work. And I was at the Commonwealth Institute Summit on Friday, and I appreciated the rephrasing of what happened during the pandemic was not so much an education loss as an education disruption. And we just need to recognize that it happened and that we need to address it, and we can. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deb. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Thanks. Our next speaker is Nicole Porter, who is the Senior Director of Advocacy at the Sentencing Project. Welcome, Nicole.
Good morning. Hi, everybody. I apologize. I'm on my phone because my internet is on the kibbutz this morning. So I do not have any slides to prepare for you all. But what I'm about to share with you, I can follow up with over email and also be a resource partner to you all going forward. So just wanted to set some context and then share with you our priorities going into 23. The Sentencing Project is a national organization. We've been in touch with the League in Virginia intentionally on voting rights issues and want to continue to partner with you all in ways that would be supportive of that and in alignment with your strategies. But then I'll also share with you other priorities that we have. And as these issues surface within Virginia, and if you all find yourselves wanting to either look for more information, or if you are going to take a position on them, and if you want the Sentencing Project to support you as a national partner, as a national resource partner, then feel free to reach out to me on this. But that should be no surprise because it's been the case for many years. The United States continues to lead the world in incarceration. More than 5 million people were under some form of correctional control as of 2020. That's the last year we have available, although new updated statistics are starting to come out. In fact, just today, it was reported that at the federal level, the federal prison population increased for the first time since 2011. With the number of people under correctional control as of 2020, there were nearly 2 million people in prison or jail, and nationwide, an estimated 70 to 100 million people have a criminal record, including 19 million living with the felony conviction. As you all know, the Sentencing Project publishes information related to those impacted by felony disenfranchisement. Nationally, 4.6 million were disenfranchised as of 2022. Virginia continues to have a high number of people disenfranchised due to a felony conviction. That's why the work that the League has done in collaboration and partnership with its coalition partners around expanding the franchise continues to be so critical. Hundreds of thousands of Virginians remain disenfranchised due to a felony conviction, even though there has been movement in the last couple of years, and even the current governor restored voting rights to over 3,000 individuals living with felony convictions due to the partial pardons that he's issued so far during his administration. So there's a range of policies that the Sentencing Project is prioritizing nationally and wants to partner with state and local organizations on, particularly in legislative sessions, as specific legal reforms are introduced as a way to address mass incarceration, as a way to address the collateral impacts of mass incarceration, including lifetime disenfranchisement. So the Sentencing Project is prioritizing decarceration and extreme sentencing reform as part of its ongoing work. The number of people who continue to be in prison are oftentimes sentenced to very extreme sentences. Many of times their crimes of conviction are serious ones. These are people convicted of violent offenses, but the Sentencing Project's research finds that people age out of crime. Most people commit their crime when they're young adults, and crime starts to decline at the individual level in one's 30s. And so most of the people age out of crime even while incarcerated. And so the idea that life imprisonment, decades-long prison sentences should be a norm within America's criminal legal policy and Virginia's criminal legal policy, we want to offer information and research that addresses that and offers remedies that can help scale back those lengthy prison terms. So there are resentencing policies that some states, including Washington, D.C., New York, and other states in Virginia are considering. And it's something that can help recalibrate the extreme sentences that dominate the prison system nationally and contribute to mass incarceration. Challenging racial disparity and finding intentional policy solutions to address that is also a priority of the Sentencing Project. We were very moved by the racial impact statement law that got adopted in 2021. My understanding is that support to offer implementation for that law could be really helped in terms of advocacy coalitions working to identify legislation to request the racial impact statements to be implemented, to be conducted in the 23 legislative sessions. So to the extent that the League of Women Voters can participate in advocacy coalitions to support that, advocacy conversations to support the actual publication of racial impact statements in alignment with the 21 law would be one step and one priority that we would encourage you all to take in 2023. Other sentencing reforms, from addressing drug policy reforms and supporting diversion for people who would otherwise be bound for prison. So if there's effort to support funding or support government code expansion of alternatives to incarceration through community-based treatment alternatives, that would be a key reform for Virginian advocates to support, particularly given the growth of the opioid crisis and the specific impacts that community-based alternatives to incarceration, particularly treatment-based alternatives to treatment, can support declines in decarceration, particularly diverting people who would otherwise be bound for prison. For people who are currently under correctional supervision, either on probation and parole, supporting reductions in their returns to prison through technical violations. You all may be aware of technical violations that can contribute to reincarceration. People who are under parole or probation supervision have to check in with their probation or parole officer. They might be on electronic monitors and may violate because they go out of bounds of their geographic requirements, or they miss curfew. So oftentimes those violations are not because of new crimes, and they can contribute to reincarceration. There's notorious stories where people might be in class and miss a call from their probation officer. And so because they missed that call, then that's a context, that's a pretext for arresting them and readmitting them to jail and prison. So changing policies around that is a key way to reduce incarceration, particularly for the number of people under supervision. Also allowing early release from probation and parole for people who complete rehabilitation programming or education programming. Those are practices and policies that could be adopted as a part of a decarceration strategy. So if those policies surface and there's an opportunity for the league to support that, that would be a recommendation. And then of course, addressing voting rights, guaranteeing voting rights for people who are currently eligible to vote, who might be incarcerated in jail and or pretrial. Some states have supported ballot access measures that require jails to post information, require jails to publish and submit plans to state officials, in Virginia, perhaps the Secretary of State, in terms of what they're doing to guarantee ballot access each election cycle. Other states have actually prioritized budget resources to support jail-based voter initiatives. So Washington State, for example, supported at least $650,000. Could I amplify a bit? I'm trying to complete my point, and then I'll ask, and then maybe you can ask questions if anything's not specific. I was just going to say that Washington State in particular set aside $658,000 budgeted to the Secretary of State's office that counties could apply for to support jail-based voter initiatives, including the printing of materials. Do I have statistics to support? I'm sorry.
We can do questions at the end. Don't worry about it.
Okay, all right. Again, I'm sorry, I'm on my phone, so it's a little bit challenging for me to like keep up with stuff like that. And you see my finger going in and out too, so apologies for my self-presentation on this Zoom. I was saying that Washington State set aside $650,000 that they directed to the Secretary of State so that counties could apply for jail-based voter initiatives, including the printing of materials, the funding of staff time to support jail staff and election staff to work with community-based partners like local leagues there to do jail-based voter initiatives and other civic education trainings and workshops. So that's a strategy that in addition to the constitutional amendment that I know needs to happen in Virginia and go through the process twice, that might be a strategy in terms of supporting voting rights for directly impacted stumbling on that word, directly impacted constituency, to guarantee and support ballot access for people who are currently legally eligible to vote. So that's a strategy there. And of course, we fully support the constitutional amendment and the coalition that the league has been involved in for many years. And our position is to end felony disenfranchisement outright, to expand voting rights to everyone living in the community. on probation and parole, but also expand voting rights to people in custody, regardless of their criminal conviction history, and are very motivated this year by active efforts in Oregon and Illinois, and potentially new efforts in New Mexico, and have been involved and connected to Virginia advocates who are part of the conversation and want to continue to support advocacy in the Commonwealth to expand voting rights to everyone, regardless of their criminal conviction status, including those completing their sentence inside and outside of prison. And there's some very exciting polling that the Sentencing Project published earlier this year in partnership with national partners, Common Cause, Stand Up America, and the State Innovation Exchange, that found that 56% of likely voters support voting for people completing their sentence inside and outside of prison. So I believe I'm probably over time in terms of my comments, and then that's our agenda going into 23. Again, we want to continue to be a national partner to you all, a national resource partner to you all on criminal justice research information overall, and then certainly supporting your voting rights advocacy and other priorities that the League might be doing related to sentencing and criminal legal reform. So there are some questions in the chat. I am having problems sort of reading the chat and then staying engaged on the phone.
Nicole,
So,
hang on a second. We're not sure our next speaker is here, so let me just ask, because she's not showing up under her name. And if she's not here, Joan can facilitate asking of the questions in the chat, and then we'll break for lunch. Narissa, are you here? Because we are not seeing you. Okay, then Joan, if you will please pose some questions.
Sure. There was a question in the beginning about the racial impact statements. And the question is, who receives that and what changes? And I'm not sure what changes means, but you might. But can you tell us more about the racial impact statement?
Yeah, so racial impact statements are similar to fiscal and environmental impact statements. They would be conducted by the nonpartisan agency in the Virginia legislature that produces those fiscal and environmental impact statements. The law that requiring them or authorizing them passed in 21, they're specific to sentencing laws. The goal is to produce those statements so that lawmakers can consider them prior to deliberation and passage, voting on proposed sentencing practices. The spirit behind them is that if lawmakers for example, take the federal level in the mid-'80s when some federal mandatory minimums were passed for drug reform, that if lawmakers had these racial impact statements to consider, similar to a fiscal impact statement, similar to an environmental impact statement, they would have had more information before adopting some of the extreme policies that then contributed to an increase in prison admissions and helped contribute to a growth in the prison population. So my understanding with the policy in Virginia in particular is that 5 racial impact statements can be requested each session. The racial impact statements, again, would only be for proposed sentencing laws, and the laws have to be requested by state legislators on those proposed sentencing bills. So I think that, and I'm blanking on the name of the organization, but I believe you may have said it earlier, the Commonwealth Institute. Is that an organization? So that group helped anchor the conversation in Virginia, and I believe would welcome an opportunity if there's a subcommittee. I don't know exactly how you're organized, but if there are League members interested in criminal justice reform bills, I'm sure would welcome connection to, because I think they recognize the need to do education with lawmakers around requesting those racial impact statements for sentencing, for proposed sentencing bills. So if there's interest of anyone within the League to follow up on that, then there's a justice reform group. Wonderful. I'm happy to make a connection. It's Ashley Kenneth, who was my contact. Y'all know Ashley. Yeah, and I don't see who's on the phone, so I don't know if Ashley's on the phone. But yeah, so I would just make make intentional connection between someone at the league and Ashley around the racial impact statement policy, because I know Ashley is thinking about what implementation looks like now that the bill has been adopted.
Great. And we have one other question. Do you have any statistics that support restoration of rights, voting rights, and the decrease of recidivism?
I'm so glad you asked that. There is a dated statistic that is available in our materials and reports. I'm happy to follow up with you, Joan, directly with some of those and pull that information out for talking points or just resource information. But then I will also let you all know that we are working to update that information as part of a broader conversation and hope to publish that in April during Second Chance Month. The goal would be to emphasize voting amongst a range of pro-social activity that justice-involved residents can participate in, and then reduce their likelihood of returning to prison. So voting is about community connection. If you think about the formerly incarcerated activists, they're very highly community-minded. So it tracks, it makes it, intuitively, it makes sense that people with a great deal of community involvement are invested in their community and would not recidivate, would avoid future law breaking. Similar pro-social factors include education, achievement, professional, obviously labor participation. So living wage employment and other pro-social indicators. So in current reports that we have, those studies were done a while back, but I can share that's the current information we have. And then we are working to update that information. And when that's available, we'll publish it from our website to our list. So I invite all of you to join our list, but we can continue to stay in contact about that as it's helpful.
Great. That's all, Deb. We have no more questions.
Thank you. Nicole, thank you so much. We truly appreciate your partnership and resourcefulness. And I'm sure we'll be in touch before the session begins. So thank you again.
Thank you. My emails are always open. Thank you, Joan, for your continued partnership with me. And I'll follow up with you over email.
Great. Thank you. That concludes our morning session. We will now take a lunch break until 12:30. So please return promptly. And our keynote speaker at 12:30 will be Lisa Sales, President of Virginia Now, National Organization of Women. Feel free to bring your lunch back to the computer with you. Welcome back. I hope that you enjoyed our morning session. We are ready to begin our afternoon session. This is the League of Women Voters of Virginia Legislative Roundtable pre-session. And we are delighted to have as our keynote speaker, Lisa Sales, President of the Virginia chapter of the National Organization for Women. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you, Deb, and thanks to the League for inviting me and having me be your keynote speaker. I am Lisa Sales, the President of Virginia Now. And at Now, our 6 core issues that we focus upon are constitutional gender equality, reproductive rights and justice, ending violence against women, LGBTQIA rights, and economic justice and racial justice in no particular order. So I'm really pleased to be here. Let me share my screen. Okay, a little bit of news this morning. I was working with Senator Tim Kaine's office, and you might notice made a little bit of news on a press release in that we are asking the Virginia delegation to ask Senators Schumer and McConnell, the leaders, to bring the ERA to a floor vote in the US Senate. You might recall that the House has twice lifted the time limit, and we're asking the Senate to do the same this year, this session, so this month, because we know we start a new session of Congress next year, at the beginning of the year. Not that we expect necessarily, to be honest, success, but we do want to put as many folks on record, as many senators on record, so that we know where they stand on women's second-class citizenship. So I just wanted to start off the talk with this. So as you can see, we're trying to break down barriers and put them in our rearview mirror. We want to advance equity wherever we work, live, and play. And so we know in Virginia, this has been quite a journey to equality, right? We had Brown versus Board of Education, and Loving versus Virginia. And so we are definitely on a journey, and it's been a tough road. So with that said, I am going to first talk a little bit about our legislative focus. This is my plan. And then a little bit about ERA and Roe and how they're good partners, or life rafts, as I like to say. And then the Virginia Now's signature multi-year project called the Virginia Law Audit Project, or VLAP. And while it's Virginia Now's signature project, it belongs to all of us. So with that, starting off with our legislative focus, I just thought I would dive in. Some of you might have seen that the Speak Out Act passed in the US Congress in both the Senate and in the House. And in fact, I believe it was last week that Speaker Pelosi signed it, and it's headed to the president's desk. So in that Speak Out Act, these were 6 or 7 of US Congress's findings. So I'll start, and Joan, if you want to help me out here and read some of the slides with me, that would be great. So they say, Maston says, let your trauma be a prerequisite for your purpose. And so God has given me lemons, and I am making lemonade and trying to make a difference. And as we all are at Virginia Now, and all of our organizations here meeting today, try to do something good and altruistic that benefits many. So with that said, here are Congress's findings. Sexual harassment and assault remain pervasive in the workplace and throughout civic society, affecting millions of Americans. Finding 1. Go ahead, Joan.
81% of women and 43% of men have experienced some form of sexual harassment or assault throughout their lifetime.
Great, thanks. 1 in 3 women has faced sexual harassment in the workplace during her career. And an estimated 87 to 94% of those who experience sexual harassment never file a formal complaint.
Sexual harassment in the workplace forces many women to leave their occupation or industry, or pass up opportunities for advancement.
Thank you, Joan. In order to combat sexual harassment and assault, it is essential that victims and survivors have the freedom to report and publicly disclose their abuse.
Non-disclosure and non-disparagement provisions and agreements between employers and current, former, and prospective employees and independent contractors, and between providers of goods and services and consumers, can perpetuate illegal conduct by silencing those who are survivors of illegal sexual harassment and assault or illegal retaliation, or those who have knowledge of such contact, while shielding the perpetrators and enabling them to continue their abuse.
Thank you. Prohibiting non-disclosure and non-disparagement clauses will empower survivors to come forward, hold perpetrators accountable for abuse, improve transparency around illegal conduct, enable the pursuit of justice, and make workplaces safer and more productive for everyone. So thanks for the help, Joan. So with that said, at Virginia Now, to address pervasive problems in the workplace, we're advocating for the following bills this General Assembly. We so far have 2 patrons, 2 different legislators bringing 3 bills, and we are also planning meetings with Senator Jill Vogel and Delegate Carrie Coiner to hopefully carry these bills, along with Delegate Paul Kresek and Delegate former Speaker Eileen Fillercorn. So the Silence No More Act has been passed in several other states, and it is a bit like the Speak Out Act, where women and marginalized anybody really who's been harassed or assaulted if they speak out, they cannot be retaliated against. They cannot be fired from their jobs. And they do not have to sign non-disclosure or non-disparagement acts, meaning that after they report the abuse, they're able to tell their stories publicly to the press, share with others publicly, maybe in testimony before Congress, testimony before the state, basically giving survivors their voice without retribution. We're also advocating for mandatory harassment prevention training across all industries in the workplace. Currently, Delegate Vivian Watts brought a bill, I believe it was in 2020, the same year we brought the ERA, that I think she intended and wanted it to be more broad, but currently harassment prevention training is only required in the state legislature, and it's spotty at best in state agencies. And then we know that employers across the Commonwealth, it's sort of piecemeal in the way that they train their folks. So not everybody, not every corporation is a good steward, and not every corporation provides this training. We'd like to mandate that. We know it's the floor and not the ceiling, but it's a start. And then this one's a little bit more complicated, and I don't think any other state has this, whereas other states have the other two. Know your rights. Employers currently are not required to inform workers of the EEOC or EEO statute of limitations, state EO, state fair practices agencies. And many don't know when they experience sexual assault, sexual harassment, any form of discrimination, that they have 180 to 300 days to report outside the workplace. And we know that our companies are not always the most neutral arbiters, right? So this gives us an opportunity to bring neutral third parties to the table. And we think that if you are a reporting party at your company, that you should be advised of your rights so that you're aware and you don't miss the statute of limitations. So those are the three bills that we're most focused on. As well, we are, of course, supporting anything having to do with reproductive rights. We are, defending against any abortion bans or limitations. We are advocate for anything that ends violence against women. We're supporting marriage equality, paid family medical leave, equity and advancement of women in the workplace, of which this is just some. Let's see what else. Campaign finance reform, clean energy and climate. I'm cheating on my notes here. Public education and gun violence prevention. So that's not an exhaustive list, but certainly those are some of our legislative priorities. Okay, so I'm going to frame this in a kind of state ERA bring the magic, right? So state equal rights amendments have upheld a person's right to abortion, particularly in Alaska, Connecticut, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Utah. And some of you might be saying, well, Lisa, Arizona doesn't have a state ERA, and you would be correct. I don't know if you saw the recent edition of the Virginia Voter that came out. I should have done a better job of clarifying this. So Arizona, while it doesn't have a state ERA, and there have been actions in the past and currently in the courts to uphold a person's right to choose, a case called the Samat case indicated, interestingly, that while this is not about abortion or paying for abortion, once the state decides to pay for medically necessary services, they can't just exclude some services because they didn't like them. And interestingly, also, whereas in some cases, they say we can't have state-funded or federally funded abortion, such as with Arizona, or the opposite with Arizona, the court has indicated that Arizona does not have to pay for abortions except as required by Medicaid. So, and they use an equal rights sort of provision while not an equal rights amendment. So it doesn't fit neatly in this slide or in this list, but I sort of needed a place for it. And I also wanted to draw a distinction. So they use this equal privileges and immunities clause, which is rather like the 14th Amendment. It's sort of an equal rights or provision, but not equal protections provision rather, but it hasn't been heavily litigated. So I just wanted to point that out, that it did enable, Arizona did enable through this case, that Arizonans can receive abortions when and be funded by Medicaid. But if it's not subsidized, you don't have the right. So kind of an interesting caveat there. So anyhow, this just goes to show you that state ERAs can bring the magic, even if they're not the most inclusive or there's some older ERAs. So some positive midterm activity. We saw reproductive freedom in America in 6 plus states. 6 states had reproductive freedom on the ballot, and the voters passed them all during the midterm elections. So that's California, as you see here, Kansas, Kentucky, Michigan, Montana, and Vermont. And so California already has a state ERA. That's why it's asterisk, same with Montana. But they passed separate repro rights provisions. Kansas, we saw the amazing success in Kansas, how they mobilized to protect their right to choose. Kentucky, Mitch McConnell's home, also passed repro rights. And then Michigan, as well as Vermont. And then Nevada, while they didn't pass necessarily a repro rights provision, they passed what is the most comprehensive, inclusive ERA in all of the states. And then I threw New York in here, and you notice I didn't put it up on the map, and that's because while not a midterm activity, prior to midterm, their state legislature passed the ERA twice. And it will surpass Nevada as being the most comprehensive ERA because it does include autonomy, right to pregnancy, to choose pregnancy outcomes. So that will head to the voters next year. It'll be on the ballot, and voters will choose whether or not they like their state ERA, which, as I said, is the most, will be the most comprehensive, and it's sort of a combination, right? It's state ERA, and it includes reproductive rights. Okay, so I promised you we would get to the Virginia Law Audit Project, our signature multi-year project. And again, while Virginia now is sort of spearheading it, being rather the coordinator of this ambitious endeavor, we are more or less the sort of the project manager, if you will. This belongs to everybody in the state, and we'll talk about a little bit why we need to audit our Constitution and our state laws and our administrative code. Why? Because we know we still have all of this kind of rampant discrimination in all of its forms. And so this, you might take a minute to read this slide, but this project cropped up as a result of that 2-year pause on the ERA, and to give states a chance to look at their laws and to make the necessary adjustments prior to it becoming effective, which was supposed to be January of this year, 2 years later. So we have about 19 states in some sort of discussion about doing this kind of law audit project, and 4 states that have undertaken it. That includes Arizona, North Carolina, Ohio, and now Virginia. But Virginia, we can't just do everything, not that that's easy, the easy way. We have to make it harder on ourselves. We know that's our Virginia way. So we said to ourselves, if we're going to look to identify discrimination based on gender, shouldn't we look to identify all forms of discrimination? If we're going to take the pains to go through the code, shouldn't we look at and identify all forms of discrimination, since we know there's so much intersectional discrimination? Okay. Our pro bono legal advisors are Winston and Strawn. Winston and Strawn, a different division of Winston and Strawn, their global law firm, has been also writing the amicus briefs for the ERA. This is a different division, and they are working with us to identify non-gender neutral terms, religious terms, any other terms that might indicate some form of discrimination that we've always accepted, that have always been there. So we're using a software, a legal software, usually reserved for court cases, discovery, called Relativity, to help us out with that. I mentioned that we want to uncover all forms of discrimination. And so I've created this little patchwork quilt, if you will, to force us to really focus in on all forms of discrimination, not just gender discrimination. So if we're going to steer towards equality, let's look at it all. I'm not going to go over this slide in its entirety. Just know that we have a work plan. We've already established committees working around norming and storming and forming around various areas of law, whether it's workplace, employment and labor law, whether it's child abuse and education, sexual assault, domestic violence. We're looking at it all. Our plan is to, and you're all invited to do a formal press conference, hold a formal press conference at General Assembly, either the end of January or February, where we'll have all of our supporting organizations standing around us and all of those participating. And we'll talk and formally launch, we're sort of informally, formally launching here, I guess, but where we'll formally launch the project. In the meantime, we're going around briefing various stakeholders and letting them know what we're trying to accomplish. Of course, we'll want to hold listening sessions, panels, get folks with lived experience. It's not just lawyers that are involved in this. It's important for me to say. It's people with lived experiences, because you really don't know the gaps in the law till you've been through the system. So if you know somebody who's experienced discrimination in any form, and they've been through the system and they've identified something and said, how can this be? Because that was me. That's how I changed two laws this year, right? We need those folks with lived experiences to help us identify the problems, and possibly, if they're willing to give testimony. And even if they're not willing to give testimony, be able to share their story and have somebody else share their story, even with a pseudonym. And then we'll want to do op-eds and obviously lift our findings up on social media. Okay, let me just take on the Virginia Constitution just for a minute here. How am I doing on time? Good, okay. So
got it. Actually, you've got about a minute.
Okay, all right. So you can see here, I'm going to flip through really quickly. You can see here all the man and men in here in our Constitution vis-a-vis the highlights. And then you can still see the union, only a union between one man and one woman. We're on that slippery slope in the federal level. So we're going to have to pay attention to a constitutional amendment at the state level. And then it was interesting, Pat highlighted this and pointed out to me, practice Christian forbearance, love, and charity towards each other. So you would think there would be a separation between church and state. So why is that even in there? So who knows what we're going to uncover, but here's just some excerpts. This is directly out of the Arizona case study. And you can see that only victims can be women, apparently, right? That it's only an adoptive mother referenced here, that we have certainly only men can be prisoners. And then we have what we're used to, chair, vice chair, to replace such thing as chairman or vice chairman. We have referred to clergy as clergymen, him and his, versus the clergy or the priest or the spiritual leader. So there's some cleanup that needs to be done. Delegate Marcus Simon had brought a bill, I believe, also in 2020. It did some cleanup, but didn't go nearly far enough. I think this is where we're going to find mostly, these are the areas of law where I anticipate finding the most discrimination, known as disparate impact or treatment. And those just mean whether it was intentional discrimination or unintentional discrimination. So let you take a look at that real quickly. These are our supporting organizations to date. Some, this is illustrative. So you might see on here, some without yellow check boxes. That means they're not officially signed on. And then those with the little green wheel, for lack of better words, are those I'm engaged in discussions with. And if you don't see anything in the legend, that means we've planned discussions but haven't touched base yet. So you can see it's quite a representative group of participants and stakeholders. And then you'll all remember this. Again, acknowledging the road to equality in Virginia has been long. And let's pave that road to equality together in the Commonwealth. You know our work's not over. It's just beginning. So thank you for having me. I hope that was helpful. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much, Lisa. Because of our really tight schedule, if anyone has any questions, please put them into the chat. And Lisa, we can pass those along to you via email if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Thank you again.
Well, thank you. Really appreciate your partnership. And as Lisa said, she has an article in our December newsletter. So check that out. Our next speaker is Amber Wilt, the Virginia State Coordinator for Campus Vote Project. Welcome, Amber.
Hi, excuse me. Thank you all for having me today. I'm super excited to be here. I will try not take up too much time here, but I appreciate you all having me. So a little bit about us is that Campus Vote Project is a project of the Fair Election Center, which is a national nonpartisan voting rights and election reform organization. The Fair Election Center created Campus Vote Project to dedicate effort to encouraging civic engagement on college campuses specifically. Since starting in 2012, CVP has spread nationally to work with a total of over 280 campuses in 41 states, with Virginia actually being a core state, which is one of the first states that Campus Vote Project started in. So currently, CVP works with over 20 campuses in Virginia, and that number is growing. And we currently have about 15 campuses that have what we call our student democracy fellows. Through our fellowship program, we offer stipends to students who complete 8 to 10 hours a week, completing work in 3 major areas of civic engagement on their campuses, that being voter registration, education, and efforts to institutionalize a coalition for civic engagement on their campuses. We've had the opportunity to work with public state campuses, small private colleges, historical Black colleges and universities, community colleges, and many more. But going into the new year, our main focus is protecting our wins in the pro-voter policies that have passed in previous years in Virginia, as well as pushing for our pro-youth voter initiatives. So the Fair Election Center and Campus Vote Project released our updated report titled Democracy's Future, Proposals to Expand Access to Registration and Voting for a New Generation. They released this earlier this year in March, and it states required policies that we found that states who adopt are more pro-youth voting. So you can find this on page 4 of the report, just like a brief explanation of what these are. But Virginia has actually already adopted many of these policies, such as same-day voter registration, student IDs qualifying as voter IDs, early voting days, and pre-registration for people who are 16 and 17 years old who are otherwise eligible. They can pre-register to vote now. And with these passing, it's increased ease and convenience for the youth voter in particular. But other key policies that we plan to advocate for in Virginia that have not been fully adopted yet that are on this list that students still find barriers for are specifically greater outreach for student poll workers, as well as more on-campus polling locations. These in particular have proven to restrict youth voters and have resulted in lower voter turnout on campuses that have these issues especially prevalent. There are a few campuses in Virginia that have on-campus polling locations for students, but many of them do not. And then outside of our report, we're also focusing on the restriction on the types of government buildings that can host early voting access in Virginia. So previously we had advocated for at least public colleges and universities to house these locations to make it easier for students to vote early particularly, but as you know, this was unsuccessful. We're also hyper aware going into the new year with the issues that occurred with voter registration and updates to voter registration during the 2022 election cycle, in particular with the DMV backlogging of information for both registration updates as well as new voter registrations. So we're keeping a close eye on that going into the new election cycle and being very mindful of that and how we can either avoid it or address it sooner. And then going off of that, we're also excuse me. We're also focusing on accessibility issues when it comes to the online component of how to get voter information and access. So in particular, the online portal has proven a challenge for many individuals who utilize it. So it's previously crashed on like unexpectedly near or on the voter registration deadline, as well as that it's also only offered in English, which is a huge concern for voters who do not speak English or do not speak English as well. And so we're focusing on advocating for further translations, as well as addressing the issue with the Spanish translation that's already on the Virginia Department of Elections website. While it's there and accessible, it's actually proven that it's not wholly accurate in the information that's there, like not properly translated. This is a key area of the disenfranchisement for voters in Virginia. So this is something we'll also be advocating for and really focusing on. But primarily, our focus will be on advocating for our pro-youth voter policy initiatives that are outlined in our report, specifically making sure that we're upping and keeping the things that have already passed, and then also advocating for some of those things that we would like to see more of, and then also these other issues that have negatively impacted voters in Virginia. And I see the chat box is popping up. But that's kind of all I had prepared. Were there any questions either about our report or about Campus Vote Project in particular?
Actually, Deb had a question. She was asking about the same day voter registration that we had this year. Do we know how it impacted college voters?
Yeah, so I'm still meeting with my contacts on the campuses that we work with, and they're still kind of receiving some information, or it's like getting delayed coming to me. But for the most part, I noticed that college students in particular have utilized it the most. I know particularly, I believe UVA had very high numbers of college students who utilized it, as well as I'm trying to think, I think University of Mary Washington had higher numbers. I was actually at James Madison University on election day, and it wasn't quite as utilized, but it was still prevalent. People were talking about it. And I'm still, like I said, waiting to hear, especially from bigger campuses like Virginia Tech. And I see Peggy mentioned 220 same day registration at George Mason. That's amazing. We don't work as closely with them, but we're building that relationship. Yes.
Amber, was there another, Joan?
Do we have one just popped in? How can local leagues work with the Campus Vote Project at local colleges and universities? And someone also wants that report you were mentioning. And if you can send it, I'll make sure it goes in the drive.
Yeah, I think I had sent it to you previously.
Did you already send it?
Yeah, it's the title is
Sure you
weird.
did.
But I forget what they've titled it. I don't have it pulled up currently. It's a little lengthy, I'll admit. It's a little dry, but it has a lot of good information on why these are pro-youth voting in particular. And then also the question about how can local leagues work with Campus Vote Project. So we've actually been talking about this a little bit more recently, talking about how we can connect them, because some of the campuses we work with don't actually have local leagues, and we're also working to expand that and get those connections. In particular, I've been working with Deb about connecting college students that we work with and league members and kind of interacting with high schools in particular. Now with that pre-registration for 16 and 17-year-olds, it's been a main area of push to get those students engaged, not only by the league, obviously, but also by the students that we work with who've really addressed an interest in that. But from this year in particular, I believe we've connected, I have a predecessor who worked the first half of the year, but I believe she connected the league in Williamsburg with like William and Mary. And also we talked about connecting Mary Washington with the league in Fredericksburg as well. So working to expand those and hopefully get more of you all connected with the campuses that we work with in hopes of potential collaboration.
And we have a quick question. It says, are there any HBCU colleges involved?
Yes, so three out of the four HBCUs in Virginia, we work with Hampton, Norfolk State, and Virginia State University. We have fellows on each of those campuses, and out of two of them, we have a really reliant administrator that we work with. And they're all three very active campuses in terms of what they're doing on their campuses with the Democracy Fellowship. And thank you, Joan, for linking that Google Drive as well, that report.
Okay, Deb.
Great. Amber, thank you so much. Really appreciate the collaboration. I know we'll continue to have opportunities. So thank you.
Yes, thank you all for having me.
And I might mention that also the League's Campus Vote Project and Rev Up had opportunities during Voter Disability Week in September. There was a great collaboration across the state to help disabled voters during that time. And so I think that that was very well received, and that should also expand. Our next speaker is Richard Walker, the CEO and founder of Bridging the Gap. And I have to brag a little bit on Richard here because he's too humble not to. But Richard also received the Virginia Renewable Energy Leadership Award recently. And so just wanted to congratulate Richard on that. So welcome, Richard.
Thank you. I didn't know you knew about that, Deb. Good afternoon, folks.
7:03.
Richard Walker, founder, CEO of Bridging the Gap in Virginia. Some of you we've partnered with, we've collaborated with on a lot of stuff. I specifically see Denise and Harrington and Deb Wake, where we were a part of the Right to Vote Coalition, where we went throughout several different localities, did a fish fry and hope to get folks' rights restored. You know, that is a major issue for me being a formerly incarcerated returning citizen. Had my rights restored back in 2012 by Republican Governor Bob McDonnell. I've been on a mission ever since, knowing that there's some still, even with the executive orders by Governor McCullough, as well as what Governor Northam did in releasing, you know, close to 400,000, but there's still a few 100,000 still remaining that either are unaware that their rights were restored by Governor McDonnell or Northam, or they're still waiting to have their rights be restored by the current administration. So there was a legislation by Mamie Locke, which, you know, we were seeking a constitutional amendment, and we'd gotten all the way up to the third reading, where it would be able to go on a referendum for the 2022, I believe it would have been. Prior to that, we got both the Senate and the House of Delegates. They both voted for it. And then here, the last one, when the House of Delegates had the tables turned on us, if that's the phrase I can use, you know, the Republicans disallowed it to even hit into committee, you know, so that killed it, where we ended up ultimately having to restart again if we decided. But Delegate Herring and Thoroughville, they came out with a softer piece of legislation that did get approved and is a part of legislation now for nonviolent offenders. So individuals coming out of incarceration for nonviolent offenses, their rights are automatically restored. We want it across the board, you know, because the major feeling is my voting rights should not be taken from me as a result of me making a mistake in life. You know, when I came home from prison in 2005 and found out my rights were taken from me, you know, I became adamantly angry. You know, I said, who in the heck is the Commonwealth of Virginia to take away my constitutional right that was given to me by these United States of America? And my voting rights should have nothing to do with whatever crime or penalties I had. Nothing. So we're back on the drawing board with that. Landfill sitting. A lot of landfills are directly in its HB 130 by Lee Ware. A lot of landfills are sitting in low-income communities of color, you know, and there's a whole lot of toxins that are coming out that they're affecting the children in those neighborhoods, those communities, that are affecting the environment in those communities. So that's a bill that we're going to be behind. Right now, the Virginia Reliability Project, where they're trying to expand the pipeline that already exists, you know, and bring it through towns like Petersburg, Chesapeake, all the way down to Virginia Beach. It starts in Petersburg and goes down to Virginia Beach. I'm real big on environmental justice as well. And I get real hype when it comes to stuff. I was involved with stopping Dominion from building a compressor station and pipeline on in the historical African-American community of Union Hill, Buckingham County. So I've evolved from since then and became more concerned. Let me just go down my list because I was only told I got 10 minutes and I tend to talk more beyond, you know. Marie March is House Bill 1394, firearms removal from persons posing substantial threat or risk. I'm all for that. You know, everything that a piece of legislation that she puts out, I'm not for. But this one, yes, because individuals, you know, that already are in some type of mental incapacity should not be allowed to have or purchase any types of weapon. That's in legislation, but it's not being enforced. So it needs to go a step further. I heard Amber just a minute ago talk about 16-year-olds voting. That's would be HJ 459. And I need to say this, there are 81 pre-filed bills already for this session coming up for 2023. Okay, so you can go on legislative information system and you'll see that there are, you know, all the pre-filed bills up through today, okay, for 2023. The big one, which I talked about already, SJ 223, which is being championed by Mamie Locke. We went through it, Deb, with trying to figure out a means and a ways to get it in because they wouldn't allow it in the courts of justice. So we had to figure out, Mamie Locke was trying to push it in so many different kinds of ways, but we were never able to get it on the floor. You know, we were looking to do a backdoor something to get it on the entire floor, on the General Assembly floor, but that didn't work. So she's carrying that bill again, and that's the bill number SJ 223. And that's in reference to what I spoke about earlier, the constitutional amendment for automatic restoration of rights. Timothy Anderson, SJ 224. HJ 4588, term limits, and the comparable Senate bill is SJ 224 for senators and delegates. You know, senators would hold their position for 12 years and delegates would hold it for 6. Those are the terms that were brought into this piece of legislation, and I'm in 110% agreement. We have a lot of legislators. I hope I'm not shooting myself in the foot, but oh well. We have a lot of legislators that have been in the General Assembly too long. It's time for them to retire. You know, I respect their loyalty and allegiance to the Commonwealth of Virginia, but it's time for it, you know, let someone else come in and help make decisions on where in the direction of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Senator Evan, I've been involved with the ACLU, No Left Turn, Solitary Confinement, RIHD, Prison Justice Network, regarding solitary confinement. Virginia is the worst. There are people in solitary confinement for years, and it is deemed as cruel and inhumane behavior. You know, where they're in a 4x8 cell, they cannot be removed from there. When I was incarcerated, I spent 45 days in solitary confinement for something that didn't happen in the prison that I was in at Riverside Regional Jail. You know, and I know when I go back and look back over that, I had a mental collapse. Individuals that don't have mental issues prior to going into solitary confinement can come out with mental health issues. In Virginia, we have to stop it. So it went, as the last session, it was voted to go into a study. So the date was on Monday, where we submitted our findings through the Solitary Confinement Coalition, as well as the Department of Corrections. They submitted their findings. So we're waiting for Senator Evan and his group to review those findings and then make a determine where this is going from here. So, you know, they put people in solitary confinement for any number of reasons. You know, it might be that the CO or the administrator might have had a bad morning with his wife, and he'll come in there and put somebody in solitary confinement for no reason or rationale. You know, which brings me to another bill that has not been filed yet, but was in the General Assembly in the last legislative session for an ombudsman, Office of Ombudsman. There's a lot that's going on in the Virginia Department of Corrections where family members cannot get information about their loved ones. They all of a sudden, they don't hear from them anymore. They don't know what's going on with them. They try to reach out to the prison. They don't get any answers. They try to reach out to Admore headquarters for the Department of Corrections and can't get any answers. There needs to be a middle ground, a middle agency that oversees Virginia Department of Correction, that looks at, you know, can be that middle person for folk on the outside that have loved ones incarcerated. It's beyond time for that to happen. The Department of Corrections has a $1.4 billion budget. They have, with that kind of money, somebody need to be watching them. Somebody needs to be watching. So there needs to be oversight for the Virginia Department of Corrections.
Richard, very quickly, do you have any more? But I know we're really short on time. Are there any more bills that you want to make sure that you highlight?
Yes. Bringing back parole. Okay, it's high time to revisit that. It's high time for that to come back to light. You know, individuals spending an insurmountable amount of time, and a lot of the times when they were sentenced, individuals were sentenced for crimes that were above and beyond the sentencing guidelines. You know, where for a simple marijuana possession that called for 0 to 6 months, you know, individuals getting 3, 4, 5, 10 years. You know, and this was going back 10, 20, 30 years now, you know, so that's another expungement legislation, the record sealing, that needs to happen. I have individuals making $35,000, $45,000, $50,000, and they can't get into housing. They can't get into other areas because of their criminal background. So they need that for record sealing in order for them to move forward in life. Cannabis, that's a big thing. I'm very much against legalization of marijuana. Let me put that out there point blank. You know, it's bad enough we have a whole lot of young people, a whole lot of older folk with mental health issues as a direct result now. We are leading in the drug addiction in the entire country, you know, for opiate use. Marijuana will lead to other drugs and lead to other areas of mental health problems. So I'm against that. But the way this is, they're starting to lock up individuals because they think they're smoking marijuana or they think they're in possession of marijuana by pulling them over. You know, so there's still, that brings back the old ugly head of racial profiling. You know, police are profiling individuals, believing that they're having, without a clue of what's in their car, and they pull them over. And that came out from Marie March, HB 1401. Like I said, on one bill, she's okay. On the next one, it doesn't make sense. Gold mining, Union Hill had, Buckingham County had enough to deal with Dominion coming in with a compressor station and a pipeline. Now, here we have right behind that came this company from Canada, Aston Group, and they're looking at doing exploratory drilling right behind Union Hill in Buckingham County. The state has no regulations, no guidelines on mining, nor does the counties. So that has to stop. It has to be dealt with head on.
Richard, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to interrupt. If there are any more, could you please email those and we'll make sure that we send those, that we share those out with everybody?
Thank you. Sorry about my passion.
No, that's why we love you. But it's hard to stay on schedule since we don't give anybody much time, but we want to hear from as many advocates as possible. So love you, appreciate you. Don't lose your passion, but thank you so much. And if anyone has questions, please put them into the chat and we will forward those to Richard. So Richard, thank you. And I know that we will get to opportunities to work together again this session. So thank you. Our next speaker is Jay Spear, the Executive Director of the Virginia Poverty Law Center. Welcome, Jay.
Thank you, and thanks for having me. So first of all, what is the Virginia Poverty Law Center? Many people don't realize that poverty is man-made and not inevitable. The Virginia Poverty Law Center works to get rid of laws, policies, and practices that keep people in poverty. A good example is the Medicaid expansion issue that went on for many years after the Affordable Care Act passed. The Poverty Law Center led efforts to bring Medicaid expansion to Virginia, and after several years, we succeeded, and hundreds of thousands of people are now getting healthcare coverage thanks to the passage of that legislation. So what are we working on this year? I'll give you, we actually have 13 registered lobbyists here at the Poverty Law Center. So we work on a lot of different issues. And so I'm just going to give you a high level view of some of these issues. And the first one is access to affordable health care, which is what I just mentioned earlier. And one issue that we want to work on is don't take children out of the Medicaid program when there's just a small household income increase. We also will favor automatically enrolling disabled and aged Virginians in Medicaid. We haven't seen any bills yet, but we are worried about a couple of affordable health care bills that are anti-affordable health care. One is we're concerned about a tax on immigrant coverage. And so we will oppose any of that kind of legislation. We're also concerned about the expansion of junk insurance plans, which are health insurance plans that don't really cover what people think they're getting. And we don't want the state to expand on that. Another issue that we work on is domestic violence. If some victims of violence are compelled to ask the court for a protective order from an abusive parent or assailant, the Poverty Law Center works to improve the PO process, the protective order process, and make it more accessible to all victims, especially those who are low income. Affordable housing, obviously a very, very big issue right now. We have a legal helpline, a legal eviction helpline in our office, and we have just been overwhelmed with calls from tenants facing evictions, homelessness, and rental increases that are unaffordable. So we'll work for legislative changes that address this housing crisis and provide more housing stability. We have some fairly specific things that we're going to work on. We want to increase the Virginia Eviction Reduction Fund to enable more localities to get funding and help people who are in trouble paying their rent. We will work to establish and fund the Virginia Housing Stability Fund to provide long-term rental assistance to families. Security deposit reform, reduce the maximum allowable security deposit from 2 months rent to 1 month's rent, and establish a faster process to receive security deposits after walkthrough at the dwelling when people move out. Housing stability, there needs to be better laws on requiring notice of any rent increases. We need to improve opportunities for tenants to pay what they owe before their landlord files for an eviction case in court. Tenants with eviction court cases on their records have a harder time finding new suitable housing, even if their cases were dismissed. We need to empower localities to bring actions against landlords to enforce the health and safety provisions of the Residential Landlord Tenant Act. And we need to establish a legal right for tenants to file a collective action against landlords who are committing the same violation of law against multiple tenants. And some other issues, we worked on this issue last year, but did not get a bill passed. We want to prohibit holding college transcripts hostage. And here's a story of somebody who testified last year at the General Assembly. She was unable, Solona Perkins was unable to pay her bills at Virginia Commonwealth University. Because what happened was she had to drop out after completing a couple of years. And so then she ended up owing tuition. And what happens is that the colleges and the universities then withhold your transcript. And in her case, she tried to re-enroll in community college a couple of years later, ended up having to take the very same classes that she'd already gotten credit for because they refused to give her transcript. And we just think that's wrong. Senator Hashmi put a bill in last year that went through the Senate but died in the House, and Senator Hashmi is going to put another bill in this year. Predatory towing, it's kind of a new issue for us, but it's something faced a lot by our clients. Senator Favola has a bill in. We believe there's going to be a bill in the House. There were 2 or 3 bills last year as well. There's just all sorts of problems with towing and withholding your property after they take your car, improper signage, so you don't even know your car could be towed. And there's this thing called predatory towing where, and this actually happened to me several years ago, my car got towed, and I asked, well, who called? Because I didn't seem like I was taking anybody's spot or anything, but these tow companies just ride around looking for people so they can raise money. And we just don't think that's the right way to go about doing business either. Affordable energy. The Poverty Law Center will be working to keep electric bills from continuing to rise. We have a complicated system of laws that allow our monopoly utility companies to keep adding additional fees to our bills through what they call riders. Currently, our bills have 6 riders on it, and we just need to we have to keep on this to keep them from continuing to add these riders. We also need to establish an energy policy commission that will review proposed changes to our energy laws before they are brought to the legislature. Typically, the legislators are given these 20 and 30-page bills, and they don't really understand them, and it makes more sense to run it through commission first. The social safety net, we want to increase cash assistance to low-income families with children called TANF, which is currently benefits are only 25 to 30% of the federal poverty level. Unemployment insurance overpayments, waivers. We allowed waivers of unemployment of overpayments on the unemployment insurance program during COVID, but then it stopped. We need to make it permanent. A lot of people find out years later that they made some sort of overpayment occurred due to not their fault at all. And then there needs to be a process where we can waive that for some people. Care for disabled and older adults. Let's see. There needs to be, one of the things that we've worked on for years and years is there needs to be staffing minimums in nursing homes. We found huge problems during COVID, And nothing really has been addressed on this. That's been addressed. It's been before the General Assembly for years and years, but we will continue to support that. Under family and child welfare, we will support efforts to reduce policing of low-income children by Child Protective Services, including a bill to establish children's autonomy. And that's pretty much it. And I know you don't want me to take too much time. I'm just giving you a real 30,000-foot overview of all the things we're working on, but we love to work with you all. Happy to answer any questions that anybody has for me. But thank you.
Jay, thank you so much. And also we wish to thank you for giving us space in the truest building for our WLRTs during session. That's because you agree to host us. And so we really appreciate that partnership, but the opportunity to also work on some of this legislation with you.
Thank you.
If anyone has any questions, please put those into the chat for Jay, and we will forward those via email. So thank you. Our next speaker is Bradley Haywood, the Executive Director of Justice Forward, and he's also the Chief Public Defender in the Office of the Public Defender for Arlington County and the City of Falls Church. Welcome, Bradley.
Thanks so much for having me. I don't know how many of you paid attention to criminal justice reform in the session earlier this year, but basically the House Republicans erected basically a brick wall of their own for this one specific issue. Not only that, they tried to essentially repeal every single reform that the Democrats had passed the prior 2 or 3 sessions. And it was it was obvious, and it was very frustrating to advocates, but it made it, I think, our mission for the upcoming session a lot clearer, which is we need to be mostly concerned about protecting progress, because unfortunately, the Democrats have a brick wall on a lot of issues, but not on criminal justice reform. And there are a number of moderate Democrats in the Senate in particular who think about, kind of voting with Republicans on a lot of these things. The one issue that we believe that we want, the one reform that we most want to protect is Virginia's historic limitations on pretextual policing. So it's a little known fact that police can pull people over based on the color of their skin without violating the Fourth Amendment. I know a lot of people think, oh, well, they do that. But most people don't realize that they're allowed to do that according to the Constitution as interpreted by the Supreme Court of the United States. All they need is a good enough cover story in the form of one of hundreds of traffic infractions that most drivers violate every other mile that they're on the road. But in any event, they happen to exercise that discretion to pull people over disproportionately with respect to Black and brown people. This is called pretextual policing, and it's why in Virginia, Black motorists are almost twice as likely as white motorists to be pulled over and almost 3 times as likely to have their vehicles searched. Pretextual policing has also been the but-for cause of many high-profile police killings of Black motorists, including Philando Castile, Walter Scott, Daunte Wright, and Sandra Bland, and others. So what Virginia did, and Virginia can be very, very proud of this because no other state has done this yet, Virginia's legislature passed first-of-their-kind limits on pretextual policing. So it was a first step, it was a small step, but it was significant. So they limited about 20 of the most ridiculous pretexts from being used as grounds to stop and search cars. The best example I often give is of dangling objects from the rearview mirror. That's what they call it. It was a statute that said you can pull people over if they have something dangling, obstructing their rearview mirror. And the courts interpreted that to mean that you couldn't even have air freshener. So if you had air freshener, if you're one of the literally millions of people have one of those hanging from your rearview mirror, until this law passed, police had carte blanche to pull you over whenever they wanted. And their claim would be that your windshield and your view was obstructed out of it. That's ridiculous. So that's how absurd these pretexts got. But we had a whole system that was designed to uphold them and protect this inefficient and racist police practice. So our first step towards our first step towards a more comprehensive policy to stop this dragnet style racist policing, so that traffic enforcement would in the future again be about traffic safety again, and not about harassing Black drivers. But police and prosecutors don't like having their power taken away, and they've been throwing out arguments for repeal, just kind of throwing them against the wall, see what sticks. We got a taste of that earlier this year, and their arguments were as follows. This was Delegate Ronnie Campbell. He started both of his hearings, the Senate Judiciary and the House Courts of Justice Committee hearings, by listing names of serial killers. And what he claimed was that we have to have pretextual policing because that's the only way we can capture serial killers. And what he claimed was that all these serial killers were caught because of pretexts. Now, setting aside how ludicrous that is, that we would do that, none of those people actually were pulled over because of pretextual stops. So it was not only absurd on its face, but it was not true. And then the second argument they had for repealing this limitation on pretextual policing was that, oh, these traffic accidents are getting so bad. And this was Deputy Attorney General Nicole Whitman saying people are being beheaded because of this. Again, no data, nothing to suggest any of this was true. It was just fear mongering. So this year, they've abandoned the more ludicrous approach, and I think they're trying to be a little more clever and less obvious with the approach to repeal this really meaningful reform. And they seem to be focusing especially on one particular pretext, which is the odor of marijuana as grounds to search a car. So their claim is that there's been an increase in what they call drugged driving, and that drug driving is very dangerous. I know that intuitively might sound like it has appeal, but none of that is true. They have no data to support that drug driving has increased. And in fact, the studies that they have on driving while high, including from NHTSA, show that having a marijuana concentration in one's blood doesn't present the same risk as driving drunk, nearly the same. And in fact, a study of injured drivers in several states showed that those who had used marijuana were no more likely to be involved in crashes than those who hadn't. So, but this is the challenge of criminal justice reform, though. For every 2 steps forward, the tough on crime lobby won't stop fighting until we take 2 full steps backward. And despite rarely having the data to support their claims, sometimes policymakers just credulously accept these sorts of anecdotes. So we are focusing very much on pushing back and making sure that we protect the progress that we've made. What is the main product? And this is sort of a quick segue into the other issue we're working on, which is one positive change. So the main product of pretextual policing, the main product of pretextual policing is absolutely nothing, because police have to pull over probably 20, 30 cars before they ever find any item of contraband. That's exceptionally inefficient police work, and they're better use of resources. So all you're really doing with those stops is you're harassing Black motorists and they're losing trust in the police. But the second most common product of pretextual policing is drugs. So what they're finding when they're pulling people over for no reason at all, 1 out of 20 times, 1 out of 40 times, I don't know, it's a minuscule number, but they find drugs. That's mostly what they find. Not open warrants for serial killers, not guns like they say they're trying to find, but drugs. And that raises the question, should we really be doing that anymore? We know the war on drugs is a failure. We know there is a better approach. And in Virginia, we're proposing a first step towards a more humane drug policy, which is defelonizing simple possession of drugs. Right now, if you possess a Schedule 1 or 2 substance, it's a felony. So these are people who have substance use disorder, which is a behavioral health disorder for which they require treatment a lot of the time, not all the time. Sometimes they're just doing drugs for fun. But a lot of them require treatment, but instead we're giving them felony convictions, which prevent them from getting jobs, which put them in jail, which have them tethered to probation, and it makes no sense. So let's take a big first step in that regard, and let's stop making these things a felony. That would be, if we had to rewrite drug laws today, that's absolutely what we would do. Delegate Hudson is patroning this bill in the House. I believe Senator Morrissey is in the Senate, but I haven't confirmed that yet. We'd be joining 18 other states that have already done that, many of which are bright red states, including Mississippi and Oklahoma. Oklahoma was one of the most recent to defelonize. Over 60% of their electorate, this was a ballot referendum, over 60% of their electorate voted to defelonize drug possession because that state is keenly aware of the harm that drug interdiction can cause, because so many of their loved ones were dying from fentanyl overdoses and methamphetamine, and they were going to prison for it, and it wasn't helping at all. The interdiction wasn't helping at all, and they know that we need more humane drug policy. So we want to do that in Virginia too, as a first step towards more humane drug policy, potentially improving behavioral health infrastructure like treatment infrastructure, and maybe even considering a decriminalization of other narcotics. So that's everything I wanted to talk about.
Awesome. We appreciate your succinctness, and we do have time for one question. Even though we're over, I want to make sure that you get your 10 minutes. Are there any questions for Brad?
There's one about, I'm sorry, there's a couple just popped in. It says that when you were talking about detection, and it says you cannot detect an odor. I'm sure that means about marijuana before they pull the car over. So what's the initial excuse?
Well, for something like that, it's pot's a little different. So the pretext would be to search the car or to search the person. So you might stop a person who's walking down the street and claim, this is very, very common. Police will say, oh, I smelled the odor of marijuana emanating from his person. And then they will say, hey, buddy, can you stop here for a second? You smell like marijuana. I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to pat you down and search you based on that. But if it was a vehicle stop, the stop usually, if it was pot, would be the stop would be for something else. And then they get to the driver's side window and they'd say, oh, I smell pot, I need to search your car. So that's usually how that goes. There's many, many reasons why that's not the same as like smelling alcohol in somebody's breath. But that's usually how that is employed in practice. And one thing I would say about this, so let people have questions. Well, that we really need to be able to do that to investigate drunk driving or drugs driving. Well, there's nothing that prohibits a police officer from telling somebody who's in a car that smells like pot, from telling them to get out of the car and asking them to do field sobriety tests. That is completely lawful right now. So they have all the tools that they have to investigate actual drug driving. If they think someone's impaired, if they're driving erratically, if they have a certain appearance, the law allows them to say, you need to get out of the car, and then say, I want to administer some field sobriety tests. And if they're impaired after that, they can be arrested for it. And then they can do a blood draw and find out if they have a criminal case against them. But these whole claims that they're impaired, but that they're limited in their ability to prosecute these crimes, they don't hold water. And the more you get like people, subject matter experts like me and other defense attorneys in the room, and because we are always excluded because we know the truth, but when we're in the room, we can shed light on that and say, no, this is actually how it works. So.
Thank you so much, Brad. And if there are other questions that we didn't get to, please put them into the chat and we'll be sure to forward those to you via email. So appreciate your advocacy and changing the laws that truly are not applied equitably.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily Griffey, the Chief Policy Officer for Voices for Virginia Children. Welcome, Emily.
Hi, welcome. Hi, thank you for having me, Joan. Sorry, I've kind of lost my voice today, so I might be pretty short and sweet, but I appreciate the time to talk quietly to you all today. So I hope you all are familiar with Voices. We've enjoyed working with the League of Women Voters over the last several years and have enjoyed working with a number of your local chapters and groups who are focused on childcare and healthcare access and economic security. So glad to have a chance to talk a little bit about what's on our agenda on those topics this year. So Voices, we typically release our agenda after our board votes and approves our agenda. And this year it's next Monday. So I'm going to send you the link to in the chat to be watching for next Monday, because I'm sorry, I can't have another document up on our website right now to refer you to while my voice is so hoarse. I'm sorry about that. But our main priorities for this year are going to be focused on children's mental health, economic security, and access to healthcare. So I want to talk a little bit about those topics to you today. Under the children's mental health bucket, it's no secret to folks that children's mental health was an increasing problem even prior to the pandemic, and became even worse during the pandemic, with national experts declaring this a state of emergency or a national emergency at this point last year, like our friends at the American Academy of Pediatrics and wards of children's hospitals. While folks recognize this is an emergency, there hasn't been the same sense of urgency to meet the need. And we really want to see from more lawmakers an active and robust response to children's mental health. We know and we've heard from the governor and others that mental health will be a significant focus of the budget this year and focus of the General Assembly. We hear that all the time, but it never comes to play that kids are the biggest focus when it comes to mental health. So we want to be reminding lawmakers and the governor's office that this investment has to go to kids as well, because we're not doing any favors to ourselves to keep putting money in the crisis side of the system. So in order to do that, we're watching a couple things this year. One is to better fund Medicaid resources and connect Medicaid resources to schools. There's a couple opportunities to do that, to redefine how Medicaid funds what are called school-based mental health services or therapeutic treatment right now, as well as to provide some technical assistance to school division so that they can bill Medicaid directly for some of the health and mental health services that schools initiate in the future. And that will bring in more dollars to our local schools. So we want to start there. We also want to start with being able for children to have their mental health needs addressed through Medicaid before they have an official diagnosis. We know that sometimes a traumatic event in a school or community is enough to trigger the need for some mental health resources, and a child may not have an official diagnosis of anxiety or depression yet, but could use services. So we'd like to see Medicaid unlocked earlier to serve kids. Other states are already doing this, and there's been some encouragement at the federal level for states to look at this practice. And the final piece around funding for mental health is to build out our crisis continuum to better serve kids. You may have heard from others that within the last year, we've really expanded what is offered in the crisis continuum of mobile crisis, crisis stabilization, 23-hour crisis, crisis receiving. But none of these facilities are specifically designed for developmental needs and concerns of kids. So what we would like to see is as these services are being rolled out and expanded, that there are specific services to meet developmental needs of children. We are expecting that, as we've heard, many of these issues are a priority of the Youngkin administration, that they will be included in the governor's budget. There are several pieces, if they are not, that we have teed up legislators to carry those children's mental health initiatives if they are. Next, in terms of economic security, were excited last year that Virginia took its first steps. Virginia enacted a refundable version of the state earned income tax credit for the first time. Families will start to see that state refund in their bank accounts early on next year when they file their taxes. What Virginia hasn't unlocked yet is financial tax relief for families with children. The tax relief that's been proposed so far are that one-time payments last year just went to households based on marital status, married or single, and didn't factor in, do you have kids in the house? Do you have more mouths to feed? More childcare to take care of? And so what we'd like to see to answer that is as a state level child tax credit. Several states have recently enacted their own state level tax credits based on the success of the expansion at the federal level. The impact we've seen that has to reduce childhood poverty and address economic hardship when families are struggling with the day-to-day realities of inflation. So we know that we do not anticipate that will be included in the governor's budget, and have several patrons lined up to introduce the child tax credit in the House and the Senate this year. So we'll be looking out for those bills. And finally, around and so someone asked a question about childcare. For us, it's early education is also an economic security issue where we want to make sure families can afford to attend high quality childcare, and that the folks that work in the field are getting paid enough to work in those fields. We are supporting what is known as a mixed delivery early education system because it works in both the public and the private sectors to deliver early education. And what that means is, I was explaining to someone yesterday, when we hear a lot of people talk about universal preschool, and that puts in folks' minds that there's going to be preschool delivered by school divisions for kids, but that's, I don't think, the best solution for Virginia. What we really want is universal access to early care. That's a mixed delivery between those public preschool programs where we have some school divisions that are doing great jobs and private childcare programs who are able to offer full day year-round care, and many places are doing great jobs too. We now have a unified system where both of those entities are under the umbrella of our Department of Education and have many similar expectations. So the expectations of a mixed delivery system is indeed what we want to continue out in Virginia. And finally, I'll just flag for you around healthcare access and language access. Well, we really think, while we've had a great success during the pandemic and what's called the public health emergency to keep all kids and families who are eligible for Medicaid and FAMUS enrolled in their health insurance, we are expecting that within the next year, those folks will have to redetermine their eligibility, and a lot of folks could potentially fall off of health insurance. So we want to ease those administrative burdens wherever possible, capture as many kids as we can. And another piece of legislation that we'll be supporting and did last year is to cover all kids, regardless of their immigration status, with health insurance. So we would have a state expansion of our children's health insurance program to be able to cover kids even before they hit their eligibility at 5 years of living in this country when they are immigrant children. And that would go, I think, a long way to make sure that we're continuing this message of Virginia provides health coverage for all kids and can keep this historic low rate of uninsured children that we're seeing right now, given the current practice. So we also will be looking at issues around foster care, the school to prison pipeline, more around early education. So I encourage folks to come back to our website and our work page when we're able to post things next week. We'll also be sharing all of our talking points and legislative materials on social media starting next week too. Hope folks can sign up. I will drop this link in the chat for our budget webinar next Friday, the day after the governor puts out his budget. We plan to cover the key areas that the next year's budget, the Youngkin budget, will invest in around children's mental health, early education, foster care, and healthcare as a part of that webinar. And if you can't make it in real time, sign up, get on our email list, and you will email that.
Emily, thank you so very much. Really appreciate your using what's left of your voice with us. So thank you. If anybody has any questions, please put them into the chat and we will forward those by email. But again, thank you for your important advocacy for children in our state. Our next speaker is Janine. We have two. Janine Greenwood and Denise Murden are the co-vice presidents of public policy for the American Association of University Women, or AAUW. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. This is Denise Murden. Thank you for being here today. The American Association of University Women, commonly known as AAUW of Virginia, has been advocating for equity for women and girls in our Commonwealth for over 100 years as a nonpartisan membership organization. With about 1,000 members in 24 branches around the state, our advocacy focuses on economic security, educational opportunity and equity, and equality, individual rights, and social justice. To clear up a misconception, we are not an organization of female university professors. In fact, our members represent a broad array of professions. Every other year, our members vote on a 2-year slate of public policy priorities that align with those of our national organizations and which we use to establish annual legislative and policy priorities for each Virginia General Assembly session. Throughout the year, our AUW Virginia State Board helps our branches to establish working relationships with local and state elected leaders, and during the session, we engage in both virtual and on-site lobbying efforts in pursuit of our legislative and policy priorities. We also collaborate with other advocacy organizations with similar goals, including the League of Women Voters and many of the others who've been on this Zoom session today. At this time, I'd like to turn this over to my co-VP for Public Policy, Janine Greenwood, who will discuss the specifics of our 2023 AUW Virginia legislative and policy priorities.
Hello, everyone. I was hoping to share this slide, but if you will just be patient, I will walk you through it quickly. We have, as an organization, as Denise said, set up policy priorities. And then as the legislative session approaches here in Virginia, we narrow that down a little bit to legislative priorities for things that we think are particularly likely to be on the legislative agenda. Our first is to something we've talked about a lot this morning, to protect access to abortion and women's rights to make personal reproductive decisions with their medical care providers. On this subject, we work with a number of other partners at other organizations in this area, including Planned Parenthood, and we are interested in continuing and expanding those alliances. The second is to eliminate systemic racism and sexism through changes to Virginia law and regulation. And this one is on there particularly because this year we are working with the wonderful Virginia Law Audit Project that Lisa so eloquently outlined earlier today. We're very excited about this because I think it will be a long-term roadmap to identify a lot of changes in Virginia law that we will have to work with our partners in the legislature to make the changes that are needed to be made. Then make childcare affordable and readily available for all families. Our last speaker was very eloquent on that subject. This is something that is very important, not just for the women of Virginia, but for all parents in Virginia, and is an important way that we can start to address what has been called recently a labor crisis here in Virginia, because people can't return to the workforce unless they have reliable childcare. Along with that, it's protecting full access to voting. Obviously, this is at the core of the League's mission and something that we enjoy working on every year. Our various branches set out a lot of postcards to voters, help in voter registration, work on projects and programs with the local League branches, with our immediate branches. And we are nonpartisan, but we are not non-political. So we are very careful to send out voter guides that outline the positions of various candidates and incumbents against our own public policy priorities so that our members and others can be informed about the position that these various candidates have taken on subjects that are very important to us. Finally, it's ensuring full public school funding and protecting teachers from harassment and liability claims. We are very concerned about some of the trends in public school education in Virginia. We have written a letter concerning the transgender policies that were introduced as possible amendments and instructions to the various school districts here in Virginia. We were concerned that those were legally questionable and would just divert money from from public education by causing needless litigation. And also the recent social studies and history curriculum revisions. We were a signatory to the For Public Education Virginia letter that just went out earlier this week, and we're very engaged with protecting a non-politicized public education here in Virginia. With that, I'll turn it back to Denise.
Thanks so much, Janine. We're happy to take any questions, but just wanted to let you know that our members are planning an AUW Virginia Lobby Day in Richmond on Thursday, January 19th, which will be our first time back there since 2020. And we also plan to resume our Women Legislators reception that we started in 2018 to recognize our now growing roster of female representatives on both sides of the aisle. So we're really excited about being able to have those in-person events again. That's it, what we had prepared for you today. As I said, we're happy to take any questions.
There are no questions, Deb.
Okay, well, thank you both. And if our audience does think of questions, please put them into the chat and we'll forward those by email. Denise, what is the date of your legislative reception? Is that also on the 19th?
No, it's the evening before,
Gotcha.
January 18th.
Gotcha, great. Well, thank you so much, and appreciate, we have often partnered and expect that we'll have opportunities together this session. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Iglesias, the Policy Director for Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance. Welcome, Jonathan.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I have not lost my voice like Emily, but I'm a bit raspy today and might cough a bit. So anyways, bear with me. But Jonathan Iglesias with the Virginia Action Alliance, we, as many of you know, represent the more than 70 sexual and domestic violence agencies working locally around the state. It's a growing number. So we have no shortage of issues that are popping up and that intersect with a lot of the agendas that have legislative agendas that have already been shared here. But just going to share a few of the highlights, what we expect to see, and really be kind of pouring ourselves into this session. One of the budgetary issues that we're looking at and going to be asking for funds for is, we at the Action Alliance provide a service, a statewide sexual and domestic violence, family violence hotline that covers the entire state, that works across state lines with Maryland, Tennessee, all sorts of different coalitions and other folks to make sure that we have coordination of services statewide. And that hotline, in recent years, some of our state funders decided to, instead of using state funds that were initially appropriated for that, transition funding for the state hotline over to federal funds, the Victims of Crime Act dollars. And that fund has become increasingly volatile and unstable. And so we're going to be looking at asking the General Assembly to reappropriate funds to support specifically the statewide hotline and the services that that hotline provides to callers, people who chat in, people who text in across the state who may be calling on behalf of a family member, a child, a friend, someone they know who may have been assaulted or be experiencing violence, or a survivor themselves. In 2021 alone, the hotline received over 77,000 calls, and those calls very often are serve to connect the caller or the texter or the chatter to their local community-based sexual or domestic violence agency. So those calls resulted in 30,731 adults and children receiving referrals to their local programs for help with healthcare, with legal needs, with housing needs, all sorts of issues. So it's a very important service. And as those federal funds become increasingly unstable that have supported it, we're going to be looking for more sustainable approaches to funding what we believe should be an essential service for survivors across the state. In terms of legislative issues that we're kind of initiating and working on this year, one of them is, you all, I know were very instrumental and very engaged with a lot of the firearms laws that were passed, I want to say since 2016, 2015 or so. There's a lot of great work that was done to kind of rapid fire change a lot of our laws around firearms, particularly attaching firearms restrictions to those who are subject to final protective orders. Just in the 2021 session, attaching a firearms prohibition to those who are convicted of domestic violence. And we've been working with local communities, prosecutors, judges, all sorts of folks to get those laws implemented. One of the things that we have identified as an issue in doing some of that work is that right now there's no way to authorize a lawful or safe third-party transfer. So what happens in a protective order hearing, as many of you probably know, right now, someone who's subject to the order is told by the judge, do you understand that you're subject to these firearms restrictions for the duration of the order? And do you certify that you're going to relinquish your access to those firearms for the duration of the order by either one of these three things: handing it over to law enforcement, selling their firearms to a dealer, or by transferring their firearms to a third party? There are no guardrails right now around who that third party is. So one of the things that we are hearing consistently from victims and survivors and from their advocates is that a lot of people who are subject to these orders and subject to these firearms restrictions are saying, yeah, sure, I'll transfer my firearms. I'll transfer them to, Uncle Bob up the street. And they're not doing that. And so survivors and victims are telling us, I know he still has access to his weapons. He's threatening me with them. And as we know, during the protective order proceedings and anytime that there's criminal or civil legal involvement in these issues, the danger of lethality is quite severe and quite escalated. So it's an incredibly important time to remove firearms from people who should not have those because they're committing abuse. So we are working with formerly the Coalition to Stop Gun Violence, but Lori Haas and the folks at the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions and with a Virginia Domestic Violence and Firearms Work Group to get those bills in order. And it looks like Senator Favola is going to be carrying that in the Senate, and Delegate Bennett Parker is going to be carrying that in the House. And we look forward to moving that forward. Another issue that has popped up for us that we're working on, I think it was probably last year and the year before when I was in front of you all talking about, one of the effects or impacts of the pandemic has been, not just economic and housing insecurity, but connected to that, a rise in the incidence of violence, domestic violence and sexual assault, and also a rise in the lethality. Just a rise in kind of escalating lethal behaviors that abusers are employing. And so one of the things that we have seen in a number of localities, including around Lexington, Loudoun, and some of the Virginia Beach, Hampton Roads areas, is a number of abusers who are not strangling their victim, but who are suffocating or smothering their victim. And our current strangulation statute does not cover suffocation or smothering. And abusers are doing this with the intention of evading the law, of not leaving marks, of being something that is a crime that's incredibly lethal, incredibly dangerous, but hard to capture in terms of prosecution and hard to capture in terms of criminal charges. And so we have a number of sheriffs and law enforcement and prosecutors who have said, and advocates who have said, our current strangulation statute isn't enough. We need to include suffocation or smothering. Currently, 39 other states, including federal law, in their definition of strangulation, include some language around smothering or suffocation. So we're looking at this as a technical fix. We're hoping it's something that will be an easy push. It's looking like Senator Boysko is going to be carrying that in the Senate. And Delegate Rob Bell is going to be carrying that in the House as Courts of Justice chair. So, so that's another issue that we're looking at. Emily spoke wonderfully about this. As always, we are in support of expanding economic supports for women, families, and children, and are really going to be looking at those refundable child tax credit programs, or the program that we'd like to legislatively establish at the state level. And as many of you know, I'm not going to get into detail here, but improving household financial insecurity, through programs like these is a proven public health strategy to reduce risk factors or to increase protective factors against child abuse, against sexual assault, against family violence and domestic violence. So we really see this as an issue that kind of gets at the root cause of violence and of all sorts of economic and housing issues. And so we see that as integral to our work. Another issue that we are yet again taking up this year, just like we did in 2006 and just like we did last session, we were very much opposed to Virginia's discriminatory prohibition, constitutional prohibition on gay marriage, LGBTQ marriage. And we are very much in support of repealing that provision in Virginia's constitution. And so we're going to continue to speak up and be a part of that conversation, just in recognition that all Virginians should have the right to safe, respectful, violence-free relationships. And then, I know other speakers here have spoken to this, and we are not, leading the way on this, but certainly we are joining a chorus of, I think, social justice and feminist advocates on these issues. We are absolutely going to be defending trans kids and queer youth, and trying to support LGBTQ Virginians and their right to safety, dignity, and respect. We are absolutely going to be taking a stand and openly supporting defending abortion access and fighting restrictions on abortion access, particularly for survivors. And so you will see us in that fight, and we're hoping to get a lot of sexual and domestic violence advocates involved and engaged and at the GA, just defending the rights of LGBTQ Virginians and of women and those who can become pregnant. So yeah, there will be more coming from us. Stay tuned, check out our website, and we have our lobby day or advocacy day a little bit later this year, scheduled for February 2nd, Thursday, February 2nd. And that is coinciding, I know, with Families Forward, their Child Advocacy Day. So we're kind of joining forces with them and hoping to get a lot of folks engaged and speaking to their legislators about all these issues and the ways in which they're connected. So happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity, and good to see so many folks.
Jonathan, thank you again. Appreciate your advocacy and look forward to opportunities to work in coalition with you this year. So thank you so much. If there are questions for Jonathan, if you will please put them into the chat and we can forward those via email. So thank you. Our next speaker is Kim Bobo, Executive Director of the Virginia Interfaith Center for Public Policy. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you so much. I have just loaded into the chat our current priorities list if you want to follow along. So our first priority is a set of things around criminal justice reform. We've been working with the Virginia Coalition on Solitary Confinement on a bill to limit the use of the excessive amount of solitary confinement in Virginia. We have a Democratic patron in the Senate and a Republican patron in the House Delegate Davis. And so we are hopeful that we will have a good shot at moving this through. We've worked with every member, Republican member on that subcommittee that is the first committee that hears it. So again, we got a bill out of the Senate last year. We just got to get it out of the House this year, and we've got the votes on the floor. So, hopeful we can get it out. We're also supporting a bill that ACLU is leading on in terms of ending profiteering, the ridiculous cost to send an email to your loved one who's incarcerated, 39 cents for an email, or, the high cost of phone calls or video calls. And then the commissaries that are just like company stores that really gouge people. And so we're supporting a bill that would stop that kind of profiteering in our jails and our prisons. We have a package of bills around really seeking to address the infant mortalities and maternal morbidity for Black women in Virginia. And so there's three parts to that. One is to require all healthcare professionals that deal with pregnant women to get training and unconscious bias. This is a bill that comes out of our work last year. Again, we've got bipartisan support on it. We think we've got a shot at that. We're also supporting a study group bill to look at the perinatal health hub model as sort of a way of addressing the deserts for pregnant women in lots of parts of Virginia. And finally, we are supporting a bill to allow midwives to administer a couple drugs that are known to be life-saving for pregnant women, and that we think midwives could safely do. So that's kind of a package on maternal health that we'll be supporting. We will run our paid sick day bill again. We've gotten it out of the Senate a few times. We got it killed last year in the House. We can't get it out of the House, but we're going to run it again. Just because, this is one of those issues that it's going to happen at some point. It just makes sense. Every industrialized nation in the world has paid sick days. Virginia workers need them. And, maybe if there's some changes in the composition of the leadership in the House, we might be able to get a bill out in the future. So we're going to run a bill to keep the issue alive and before folks. We'll also support the efforts to help with childcare assistance for working families. Again, that's one that just makes sense for us. Then there's a set of things we're going to support on affordable housing throughout the Commonwealth. This is a crisis. First is money. Again, I know the governor talks about we need to do regulation and not money, but we need to do both. We need money. And so we will support budget amendments for $75 million for the Virginia Housing Trust Fund, $206 million for a new rental assistance program. The program itself was approved last year, but without money. So this year we're asking for $206 million for that housing stability fund, and then monies to stop evictions or at least prevent evictions through the Virginia Eviction Reduction Program. So that's all money. There were a few tenant reform bills, tenant protection bills that passed with lot of bipartisan support last year that the governor vetoed. We're hoping that we can get them through this year and that the governor won't veto them. And finally, we will be looking very closely at the package of reforms that the governor is proposing. I'm actually going to be talking Friday with his key housing guy, and I'm hopeful that there are some proposals that are on the table from the governor that we will be able to support. So that's really the affordable housing. We will continue to make sure that we don't lose on in-state tuition for immigrant students or any attacks on the minimum wage, although I think those will both be protected by the Senate. So that is our current set of priorities. We do have our primary lobby day, which is called our Day for All People, on January 18th. We have buses coming from both Northern Virginia and Tidewater, and would love any of you all to come. It's all registration is up on our website, so happy to have any of you join us. We are then on February 2nd and 3rd going to do a student day of action on top of our regular lobby day to involve more young people. So again, if you have young people that would be appropriate, kids or grandkids or whatever, I'd love to have them come. We also, as we're looking forward, are really seeing after the General Assembly as really a big year for civic engagement. As you know, every House and Senate seat is going to be up in Virginia. And so we've partnered with the League of Women Voters in the past doing some candidate forums. I'm hopeful we can get with you soon after the General Assembly and plan to do some of those going forward. And then we will be, there's a special election on January 10th in the 7th Senate District. And we will be, we're planning right now some door knocking for the Saturday before that on January 7th, focused on African-American voters and trying to turn them out to the polls. So if anyone particularly is in the Tidewater area, Virginia Beach area, and wants to join us on the 7th, we'd love to have you. So League of Women Voters, we love you. Thank you for your good work. You are the best.
Sorry, I was typing. Kim, thank you for being so succinct. Are there any questions? No, none in the chat.
No, there's not. No.
Okay, great. Well, thank you again so much. We do look forward to the opportunity to get to partner with you. And if anyone has any questions, if you will put those in the chat, then we will forward those via email. So again, thank you so much. And we look forward to working with you this session and after session. Our next speaker is Joy McManus. She is the Virginia chapter leader for Moms Demand Action. Welcome, Joy.
Thank you so much for having me. Can everyone hear me? Wonderful. So it is my privilege to be with all of you today. I'm sure many of you, unfortunately, are aware of the gun violence that is plaguing our country. And as a chapter in Virginia, I want you to know we have over 45,000 people who have agreed and become part of our volunteer base. We have 14 local groups around the Commonwealth. We have about 25 state leads that work on this tirelessly, on this issue to try to make Virginia safer. Obviously, our focus here today is what we are going, whoops, excuse me, my light has gone off due to saving power. There we go. Obviously, we're here to talk about what our priorities are for the General Assembly. As you may be aware, we have a gun sense distinction that we award to members of the General Assembly who are willing to agree to support issues that are common sense gun violence prevention measures. And this year we have a gun violence prevention majority in the Senate, but not in the House. So 2019 was an amazing year for us. We were able to pass 7 pieces of legislation to make our Commonwealth safer. And then since the election in 2020 that flipped the Senate, we are now mostly playing defense. And we were able to do so. The Senate shut down any changes that were proposed from the House. So we're very happy about that. So this year, as has been put in your Google Doc, we have some priorities that we are focused on. One of them actually is what was I just joined the call to be able to hear about the domestic violence. We will be supporting any legislation that they were discussing that because of the intersection between gun violence and domestic violence. 53% of mass shootings that occur, the perpetrator shot an intimate partner, and you're 5 times more likely to die of the hands of an abuser if they have access to a gun. So we are going to be working to support any legislation that comes forward there. Our other 3 priorities are ghost guns. You may be aware that the federal government has, the ATF and specifically has issued new regulations where there are stronger gun laws requiring federal licensed dealers to add serial numbers to any 3D printed guns that they take into their inventory. We would just like to make sure that at the state level, we have strong state laws that can be enforced by our state courts, just in case that is necessary. Again, just to not be, too insulting. A ghost gun is a do-it-yourself homemade gun, sort of like a crafting project that basically you get a kit with all of the parts and all you have to do is sort of put them together with very, very simple tools. And so we're trying to tighten the regulations with that because clearly they don't come with serial numbers. Unfortunately, we've had about 2,500 ghost gun that have been connected to criminal activity in the past 10 years. There have been 102 federal cases, so this is not a minor issue. We'd also like to advocate for secure storage. Notice I'm not saying safe storage. It's really hard to determine what would be safe, so we really want to lobby for secure storage, which would require weapons to be secured both in cars and also, of course, to tighten the child access prevention law, requiring all gun dealers to talk about and educate the purchasers of guns about secure storage. I'm very, very proud of Moms Demand Action. We have a Be Smart program. Be Smart is something we go in and speak at local PTAs. Anywhere we're welcome, actually. And Be Smart, SMART stands for secure, where your guns are secured in your home and vehicle. Model, M for model, responsible behavior. A for ask, just educating parents to ask if when their children go to play in a neighborhood home, are your guns secured? We don't ask, do you have weapons? Do you have guns? But are they secured? And hopefully the person would just indicate, well, there are no weapons here at all. Recognize the rule of suicide. You may not be aware that 67% of our gun deaths in Virginia are suicides. And then T for tell, just tell everyone, tell your peers, share the message of secure storage. So we'd like to see a program like that or a program similar to that being advertised by our gun dealers. And then lastly, you may have heard President Biden talk about the fact that he would like to ban assault weapons, and that's been brought up again and again, as many of these mass shootings that we have dealt with have been using these assault type weapons. We would like to at least start in Virginia with raising the minimum age to purchase an assault weapon. Right now it is 18. We kind of feel like if you're too young to buy a beer, you should be too young to buy an assault weapon. This would have prevented a few of the mass shootings that I'm sure you've heard about. And so those are sort of the legislation we're looking to advance. Again, with the House not being willing to do much of this work, it's probably not going to come to fruition. To our knowledge at this moment, there have not been any bills specifically introduced yet that are gun violence prevention bills. We would obviously support anything that would implement a tougher version or a strengthening of our substantial risk order. Funding. There is a gun violence prevention center we'd like to see funded. And of course, any sort of support in addition to the federal support on community-led gun violence prevention efforts. Have not seen anything about the limiting of the magazines. Again, right now, our efforts are focused on just reducing the age of a purchaser. I'm sorry, raising the age. I shouldn't say reducing, raising the age of a purchaser from 18 to 21. Just seeing if you were paying attention. So we have not really talked about the magazine issue, but of course, that would be something I can't imagine we would not be in favor of. Anyone else have any questions that they would like to ask? I am thrilled to see so many of you on the call. I'm sorry, 1 second, Joan, I forgot to mention, just like the others, we have our Advocacy Day on January 13th. We like to go very early to see if we can have any influence. And we also have quite a few other gun violence prevention groups that go on the 13th, the Coalition Against Gun Violence. which we are also a member, but they do a separate vigil on Martin Luther King Day. So we try to go and do our lobbying ahead of time on the 13th. Any of you, of course, are welcome to not only join us there, but join us as a volunteer in Moms Demand Action. All you have to do is text READY to 64433. I will put that in the chat. If you just text READY to 64433, you can become part of our movement. You can also download our app, which is called the Demand Action app. It's a red app that you would see in your app store. I'm sorry, Joan, did you have a question for me?
No. I was trying to say we're all good.
So thank you so much, Joy. And if anyone has any questions, if you will put those in the chat and we will forward those via email. So really appreciate your advocacy. I know we'll have more opportunities to work together this year, but thank you so much.
Fantastic. Just to really quickly address, I want you to know that our Moms Demand Action movement is 10 million across the country and growing, and our NRA is 5 million and decreasing. So we are now the most powerful lobbying group around this issue, not the NRA.
That's great news. Thank you.
All right. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for inviting me.
You're welcome. Our next and final speaker is Juanita Belton. She is the co-founder of Sisters in Prison Reform. Juanita, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. So yeah, Sisters in Prison Reform are 3 women that created this group organization because we have loved ones who are incarcerated in Virginia. My loved one spent 24 years in prison since he was age 18. He was actually pardoned in January of this year by Governor Ralph Northam. So we created the organization because we noticed that Virginia didn't really have doesn't have an option for people to be released, especially between the ages of 18 and 55. They have juvenile parole and then they have geriatric parole, but they don't have anything for anyone else. The other piece of it is our loved ones were convicted of violent crimes. Obviously, they're not violent people, but convicted of violent crimes. And so since parole seems to be put on the back burner every year and has been since it was abolished in 95, we co-authored a bill with Sean Monetta of the Humanization Project, who's now ACLU, Sheba Williams of No Left Turns, and Justice Forward Virginia to create Second Look, which is legislation that is really picking up across the country to help decrease mass incarceration, which clearly has been a problem and is climbing. So the Second Look bill was carried last year by Senator Chap Peterson. It was SB 378, and in the House by Delegate Kerry Coyner. The Second Look bills allows people 18 and over to file with it after they've served 15 years to file with the judge for a second look, where a judge would take into consideration the time, the crime, education the patient has done, their work experience. It also allows stakeholders to still have a say, so the prosecutor, the judge from the original sentencing case, and then also 2 victims, because they should have a right to have a say. So we don't take that away. But what it does that's different from parole is it doesn't say, a judge cannot say that a person can't be released because of the nature of the crime, which are there's variables that will never change, but the individual does change. And we know that as individuals age, they age out of crime. And then also too, it doesn't keep us safe. It's actually very detrimental to keep people incarcerated for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And so Second Look allows people to try and get released through that. It's not a guarantee. You'll often hear that people say, well, they're going to let murderers or rapists, et cetera, out. What we are is, giving incarcerated individuals who have changed a chance to be reunited with their home, their families, and also be law-abiding citizens and tax-paying citizens, like my loved one who's been home for almost a year now and is working. So we will have a lobby day coming up. Either January 17th or January 19th. We're currently working with ACLU to get that together. So once we have all that information, we will have that rolling out. And you can visit us on sistersinprisonreform.com. and I'll send an email with that information. And as we roll things out, like I said, I will forward that information. So please be looking out for that. Senator Chap Peterson is chairing it. It did make it through the Senate this last year, which was great. This was our first time as three lay people. I'm in Massachusetts fighting for Virginia, right? But it made it through the Senate. Unfortunately, it got killed in the House. So we need a lot of Republican support. I think we'll get a little bit further. That's what I'm hoping and praying. But yeah, if you see it, you see us on Twitter, the SIP 2021, that's our Twitter handle. You'll see us lobbying about it a lot. And so we look forward to the support. People do need second chances. People do change. We all have. I'm not 21 anymore. I'm 43. So yeah, that's us. Thank you for letting us speak or letting me speak.
Are there any questions, Joan?
No, there is not. You're all good.
Okay, great. Well, Juanita, thank you so much for your advocacy. I do follow you on Twitter, and I really appreciate, this is a great example of grassroots advocacy and how three women have really made a difference. And so thank you so much for your work. We look forward to working with you. We already partner with many of the groups that you recognized, and so thank you.
So there is a question, will Second Look help with behavior? So yeah, we think it will, because right now people don't have any hope. I actually know a couple of guys, and my friends know a couple of guys who have, committed suicide because there's no hope. So having something to work forward to, just like earned sentencing credit, having something to work forward to allows people to do better in this environment. So definitely Second Look will encourage that behavior.
Well, thank you. And
look forward to working with you as well.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. And thank you all of you for spending your day with us. I hope that this was educational and empowering. And I'd like to recognize the work of Joan for putting this together, and Denise and our issue groups. Thank you so much. That we will push the recording out on YouTube and put that on our website, so watch for it there, and you will be receiving an email follow-up with all of the resources. And again, email Joan if you have additional questions that you didn't get a chance to put in the chat, but do it today, don't delay, so that we only send one email out to all of our presenters. But again, thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you at our WLRTs during the year. You can find that, and I don't know if we have the Eventbrite link yet on our website, but we will put our Women's Legislative Roundtables. We hold those every Wednesday during session, beginning January 11th at 8:30 in the morning. So attend virtually or come in person, and we expect to see you January 25th for our League Day, our Lobby Day, and there will be more information. So thank you again, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.